Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the ISO, I'd like to welcome you to the Extended Day-Ahead Market Congestion Revenue Allocation Stakeholder Meeting. My name is Christina Guimera, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs. If you'd like to ask a question via WebEx during the meeting, please open the participant and chat panels on the bottom right. If you're dialed into the meeting, you can press *3 on your device. And you may also send your questions via chat to all panelists. If you're in person, please raise your hand or name placard to speak, and please remember to unmute your mic when speaking so those online can hear you. And for all participating, please state your name and affiliation first before making a comment. Just a reminder that this call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without ISO permission. Please remember to keep your comments professional and respectful, and please also remember to silence your phones if you're here in the room with us. We welcome and look forward to your engagement and participation in today's meeting. Today's meeting will begin with initiative background and scope, followed by congestion revenue design discussion. We'll then take a 1-hour break for lunch before we continue that previous discussion. Then we'll take a short break before launching into comparative examples and Q&A before we wrap up and discuss next steps. And please feel free to raise your hand throughout for questions, and we will periodically pause for those questions. So with that, I'll turn things over to Joanne Serena, our Vice President of Stakeholder Engagement and Customer Experience, to get us started.
Thanks, Christina, and good morning, everybody. Welcome. For those who came in person, welcome to the ISO, and I really appreciate the level of interest and engagement that we've seen in this initiative, and just want to welcome everybody that's participating online. We really appreciate your engagement. So I will just quickly introduce the subject matter experts that I have with me here on the panel. All of them have been heavily engaged in the EDAM design work. So I will start with Milos Bosanic. He's our regional markets sector manager, has been heavily involved in the EDAM market design from the beginning, as well as James Lynn. He's our principal market settlement design, our resident settlements expert. We have George Angelides with us today as well. He's the executive principal of Power Systems. And then also John Anders, our deputy general counsel, who has been heavily involved in the EDAM tariff. So they are going to be walking us through today's draft final proposal and available throughout for questions and conversation. So on the next slide, a couple of things that I would like to sort of provide an overview of in terms of where we are on the stakeholder process and how the process is working so far. So to date, we've received 28 sets of comments on our last workshop and our initial proposal. And we certainly appreciate the level of interest and engagement that we've seen from stakeholders so far throughout this initiative. Based on the feedback, we're also very pleased that stakeholders were not only open to exploring the proposed transitional approach, but have largely been supportive of the proposal, and we greatly appreciate that. There are some aspects of the initial transitional approach which this draft final proposal seeks to refine. We are addressing concerns. There are some concerns that stakeholders have raised, one of them being the potential impacts of counterflows on the system, and several other concerns that we will be discussing today. And so the refinements to the draft final proposal seek to find a balanced and equitable solution. So this is an expedited policy initiative that we are on track to present to our May board for approval. There has been some other activities regarding this proposal or initiative. The governing body has been heavily engaged with Susan Pope, the market expert, who provided a briefing on April 8th during the WEM governing body general session, and the briefing was primarily focused on parallel flow implications for physical and financial transmission rights. And those materials are available on the WEM governing body page for your reference. The Market Surveillance Committee also did a presentation on March 28th. Scott Harvey provided an overview of loop flow pricing and market design considerations, and those materials are also available on the MSC meeting page for your reference. So as we continue to assess the workload overall of this initiative and other initiatives that the ISO has in process, we are making adjustments to the schedule. And you probably noticed that recently we made some changes to the storage design and modeling meeting that is now scheduled for May 9th. We've also made some adjustments to the price formation enhancements meetings, primarily to make sure that we are sequencing our initiatives appropriately, giving room for stakeholders to participate in everything that is relevant to them, and certainly make room for the EDAM discussions that are in process now. So we are paying close attention to that, and we do appreciate your feedback on how we are doing in terms of calendaring our initiatives. We do have an open survey that closes April 29th, where we are soliciting your feedback on prioritization even beyond this initiative. So we appreciate your ongoing feedback to make sure we are sequencing and scheduling our initiatives so that you can fully engage with us. All right, so then on the next slide, in terms of where we are, I think as you see here, we've gone through since March 17th when we issued the issue paper. We've since had a workshop. We've received those comments that I just talked about. April 16th, we published the draft final proposal that we will be reviewing today. And on May 5th, we will accept comments on the proposal today. May 12th, we expect to publish the final proposal. And then May 20th to the 22nd is when we will be presenting this proposal to the Board of Governors and the WM governing body. Today we will go through the draft final proposal. Milosh is going to be walking us through the considerations and the changes that have refined today's proposal, and we'll make sure that we leave plenty of time for questions. So as Christina mentioned, please make sure you raise your hand and we'll address your questions. And with that, I will turn it over to Milosh.
Thank you, Joanne, and good morning, everybody. Great to see you all on this next iteration of the proposal. I'm going to start with a bit of context setting as well. We covered some of this at the last meeting, but we may have some new folks that are joining, so I think it's important to just create that broader context of how this initiative arose and some of the considerations. And we'll go through that quickly, and then we'll move into the more substantive discussion that looks at the current design, the transitional alternative that we introduced in the issue paper, and contrast that with the draft final proposal. And then we'll close out with some of the examples. I do want to note, aside from these slides, we have posted a separate set of slides, kind of an addendum example, more complex example that we may get to today if time allows, but otherwise it's posted on that same initiative page if folks want to take a look at that on their own time as well. We will cover a number of examples today, but that's an addendum for folks that's responsive to some of the scenarios that customers requested in the comments. And we'll try to squeeze it in, but if not, it's posted there for folks to walk through. Okay, starting with a little bit of the background and the context setting, and as I said, I'll walk through some of this fairly quickly, but in case there are any new parties that are listening in, this is mainly for their benefit. Starting with the fact that in December of 23, FERC approved the EDAM policy design that included the methodology for allocating congestion revenues from the market operator between EDAM entities as well, to the extent that any congestion revenues arose across the footprint, how those congestion revenues would be allocated amongst the EDAM balancing areas to further sub-allocate under the terms of their own open access transmission tariffs. PacifiCorp is the first participant, and I think subsequently Portland General has filed their tariff as well, but PacifiCorp was the first EDAM entity to file in January of this year their revisions to their open access transmission tariff to support the EDAM go live in May of 2026. And it included provisions within its tariff as to how it plans to suballocate congestion revenues received from the market operator. And as part of that FERC proceeding of the filed Pacific or OAT revisions, commenters raised concern with how the market operator allocates congestion revenues between EDAM participating entities, the balancing areas, particularly how it allocates congestion revenues associated with the parallel flow effects that may materialize in one balancing area as a result of a constraint in another. And in response to those concerns within that proceeding, the ISO committed to launching this expedited initiative in the stakeholder process to evaluate potential transitional mechanisms for the allocation of these parallel flow congestion revenues. We go to the next slide, please. In terms of the congestion revenue allocation process, and we'll touch on just more about the current design, but under the current design that's been approved by FERC, the market operator allocates congestion revenues that accrue as a result of a transmission constraint to the balancing area where that constraint is located. That means internal congestion revenues that result from that constraint, as well as congestion revenues that may materialize in a neighboring balancing area as a result of that constraint. And in terms of the settlement flow of these and allocation of the congestion revenues, the market operator collects those congestion revenues and then under the EDAM tariff allocates it to the EDAM entities based on that approved methodology under the EDAM design. The EDAM entity that receives those congestion revenues then has the discretion and the ability, similar to the EIM, to establish suballocation mechanisms within its own OAT or its own tariff for how it suballocates those received revenues amongst its transmission customers. And PacifiCorp proposed in its revisions to its tariff, implementing the EDAM, they proposed effectively a two-tier allocation mechanism for the congestion revenues received from the market operator. The first tier, as you can see in that graphic, is allocating those congestion revenues to transmission customers that exercise their firm transmission rights, and then any remaining congestion revenues would be allocated to measure demand. So that's their filed two-tier allocation method. If we go to the next slide. So in terms of the initiative scope, the initiative is narrowly focused on this allocation of parallel flow congestion revenues from the market operator to the EDAM entity. The parallel flow congestion revenues arise, and we'll cover this a bit more in the next slides, but arise within an EDAM balancing area as a result of a transmission constraint that's located in a neighboring EDAM balancing area. And how those parallel flow congestion revenues are allocated to which EDAM entity, it can affect the ability of that EDAM entity to then provide a greater congestion hedge under the terms of its OAT, under that Tier 1 allocation that we just covered under the Pacific or OAT. It can affect that ability to provide that allocation to Tier 1 transmission customers that are exercising their firm transmission rights. Overall, the initiative seeks to then discuss the current design to that congestion allocation, the alternative or refinements to the parallel flow congestion revenue allocation as well. We published a transitional alternative under the issue paper on March 17th, and then in this draft final proposal, we made some further refinements to that alternative that seeks to find a more balanced approach between the status quo and the transitional alternative. And we started this process again with that publication of the issue paper on March 17th, and we further then refined that in this draft final proposal that seeks that more tailored or refined allocation of these parallel flow congestion revenues that we're going to cover today. I do want to highlight that the initiative does not seek to address or modify the allocation to transfer revenues, which are revenues that arise as a result of constraints at the transfer points, scheduling limits at those transfer locations. But it's really about the flow-based internal transmission constraints that are binding, and the congestion revenues that result from that. We go to the next slide. So a bit more of basics on what is congestion revenue, again, just to ground us. But in organized markets, locational marginal pricing reflects the value of electricity at different nodal pricing locations in the market footprint. Those LMPs can vary at the locations on the grid due to these three components: the energy component, the congestion component, and the losses component. But the difference are mainly driven by the MCC, or the congestion component, based on the congestion and constraints across that market footprint. A congestion price, or the MCC at a pricing location, is a reflection of the total impact of congestion from one or more or various constraints at a given location that have an effect at that pricing location. And so congestion revenue really represents or results when energy transactions are settled at those LMPs, and there are price differences due to the congestion component between those locations. And so in this example, the load is paid the LMP for $40 at its location. That includes a congestion price component, and the generator, the load is charged and the generator is paid the LMP of $25 at its location. The difference between those prices driven by that congestion component, or the $15, is what's congestion revenue that then the market operator collects to further suballocate under the EDAM tariff among the EDAM entities. And then the EDAM entities, under their oath, determine how they further suballocate those $15, for example, amongst their transmission customers. Go to the next slide. And I think it's important as well to highlight how the market, or the EDAM as well, will model the transmission system and the transmission constraints, similar to what happens today in the EIM. But the market utilizes the full network model, or the FNM, to model the entire transmission system and the facilities within a balancing area that's participating in the market, and also the associated transmission constraints that may be associated with particular transmission facilities or paths or flow gates. Those could be flow-based limits or other constraints that need to be modeled and respected by the market. And then the full network model, utilizing that information, supports the calculation of LMPs at the different pricing locations across the market footprint. In the EIM, we do this modeling and the pricing in the real-time market across the EIM footprint. And once the EDAM launches, there will be also these day-ahead prices that are responsive to these constraints and recognize the different limitations on the system across that broader EDAM footprint. It's also important to note that the MCC component, the congestion component of the LMP at pricing locations, is sensitive to transmission constraints across the market footprint. It could be a transmission constraint within that particular balancing area, or a constraint in a neighboring balancing area. Due to the interconnected nature of the transmission systems, a constraint anywhere in the footprint could potentially have an effect on that congestion component at a pricing location in the footprint, depending on the power transfer distribution factor or shift factor effects of that constraint on the different pricing locations. And finally, just to close out this section, and then we'll pause for any kind of introductory comments or questions. If we go to the next slide, with that context that we set of what are congestion revenues and the fact that the market now models the transmission facilities across an interconnected footprint, and a constraint can have an effect on prices within different balancing areas in the market footprint, then the question comes, well, what are those parallel flow effects across the interconnected system that we're talking about? And I think this graphic helps illustrate some of that. But the flow of electricity flows across the paths of least resistance. And so, as we mentioned, a injection of energy in one location could flow and have an impact on transmission constraints in multiple balancing areas. So in this graphic, if we have injection of energy at location C in balancing area 2, that energy may flow from C to D or may flow from C to A into another balancing area due to the interconnected nature of the systems, and that energy injection at C could then contribute and have an effect on the constraint that's located in balancing area 1, on that constraint X that's binding. And similarly, vice versa, an injection on a location A, the energy would flow from A to B, and some would flow A to C, and it could have an effect, again, on a constraint in balancing area 2. And that's what drives really the congestion component at the LMP at these locations, is that effect or the power transfer distribution factor associated with injections at one location and the constraints that are modeled in the wider EDAM footprint. I think this is the last slide. If we move to the next slide, and we can pause here for questions now as well. If there are any questions on just the background and the context, it's similar to what we covered last time at our last meeting, but I thought it was important in case we have any new people that are joining the discussion at this point to level set of how the initiative arose and some of the basics of congestion revenue and parallel flow effects. And if there are any questions, we can take them now, and then next section we'll move to the more substantive discussion on the design.
Any questions in the room or online for Miloš? Doesn't look like it. So let's proceed, Miloš. Thank you.
Okay. Well, now we move really to the substantive portion of the discussion. And what we'll do in the next few slides is walk through the current EDAM design, the congestion revenue allocation associated with these parallel flow effects. Then we'll move to the transition alternative that was introduced in the issue paper, and then we'll contrast that with the refinements that we introduced in the draft final proposal and the actual proposal for how parallel flow congestion revenues would be allocated, all informed by the stakeholder feedback we've received to date. So if we go to the next slide. So we'll start with the current design for EDAM congestion revenue allocation. But under the current EDAM design approved by FERC, congestion revenues are allocated to the EDAM balancing area in which the transmission constraint is located. And what this means is that if there's a transmission constraint internal to an EDAM balancing area, they retain all internal congestion revenues, which are representative of price differences between locations within that balancing area where the constraint is. But they also receive the parallel flow congestion revenues that are materializing in other EDAM balancing areas where there may be an effect of that constraint on the congestion component at different pricing locations. And so if we look at the graphic that's on the side there, in balancing area 1, the transmission constraint is located in that balancing area 1, and that constraint has obviously impacts on the congestion component at different locations within the balancing area. But due to the parallel flow effects that we just talked about and the nature of the interconnected system and the modeling of the interconnected system, the constraint that's in balancing area 1 could have an effect on prices at different nodal locations in balancing area 2. And under the current EDAM design, then the congestion revenues would be allocated as follows in that little box in the table, in the graphic. But balancing area 1 would receive the internal congestion revenues that are materializing within its own balancing area. That's where the constraint is located. That's where the effect, the predominant effect of these is on the congestion prices. So they retain the internal congestion revenues that materialize within that balancing area. But under the current EDAM design, they would also receive the parallel flow congestion revenues that are materializing in balancing area 2 as a result of that constraint that's located in balancing area 1. And balancing area 2, in this instance, if the constraint is balancing area 1, balancing area 2 would not be allocated any of those congestion revenues associated with that particular constraint, because the constraint is balancing area 1, the predominant effect is felt in balancing area 1, and the congestion revenues flow back to balancing area 1 where that constraint is located. That's the current design. That's the design that's also in effect today in the EIM, in the real-time market for congestion revenue allocation. If we go to the next slide, we'll contrast this with what we call the transitional alternative that was introduced in the March 17th issue paper. And under that transitional alternative, the alternative was introduced for stakeholder consideration, where congestion revenues that are associated with the parallel flow effects would be allocated to the EDAM balancing area where those congestion revenues are collected. Those revenues would not flow back to the area where the constraint is located. And so under this approach, congestion revenues would be allocated to the balancing area in which they're collected, irrespective of the location of the transmission constraint. So if we look at the graphic now, same example as in the prior slide, where, again, simplistically trying to illustrate the concepts, that you have a constraint in balancing area 1, which has obviously effects on the congestion component within its own balancing area, but also has some parallel flow effects on the congestion component in balancing area 2. And under this alternative approach that was introduced in the issue paper, balancing area 1 would receive the internal congestion revenues that are materializing within its own balancing area. So BAA 1 retains the congestion revenues that materialize within its own BA as a result of the constraint location in its balancing area. But balancing area 2 would retain the parallel flow congestion revenues materializing in that balancing area, in balancing area 2, even though those congestion revenues were driven by the constraint that's located in balancing area 1. And what this would do, in effect, would allocate, by retaining those parallel flow congestion revenues in balancing area 2, it would then allow the balancing area to further have additional congestion revenues that it could use to provide a more complete or greater congestion hedge to transmission customers that may have been exercising their rights, their transmission rights, within balancing area 2. And so if effectively anybody that's exercising their firm transmission rights within balancing area 2, the EDAM entity or that balancing area 2 would be allocated those parallel flow congestion revenues, such that if there's a difference in prices at locations that parties are seeking to exercise their rights that's driven by the congestion component, they would be able to provide that greater congestion hedge. Now, this transitional alternative goes just beyond the exercise of rights. It allocates any and all parallel flow congestion revenues to balancing area 2, irrespective of how many entities or which entities may be exercising their firm owed transmission rights. And in stakeholder comments, and we'll touch on this in the next couple of slides, but just to contrast it while we're on these slides, under the first alternative or the current EDAM design, or all parallel flow congestion revenues flow back to the area where the constraint is located. This transitional alternative takes kind of the opposite end of the spectrum, where all parallel flow congestion revenues stay within the balancing area where those are collected. Kind of an extreme on both sides of the spectrum, as stakeholders have noted. And this is in part what the refinements are to the draft final proposal, try to find a more tailored approach to the allocation of these parallel flow congestion revenues to support the exercise of firm transmission rights that we'll talk about on the next slides. But let me just pause here. If there are any questions on the current structure of the design and the transitional alternative that was introduced in the issue paper, before we jump into an overview of the stakeholder comments on the issue paper and then discuss the refinements and the actual proposal that we're putting out as part of the draft final proposal paper.
Thanks, Miloš. All right, we have a question in the room. Rahul?
Miloš, I have a question, and if you address that in future slides, let me know. Is there a review of what is the impact to, say, CAISO's CRR holders if the allocation stays in the BA rather than with the constraint itself?
Yeah, I think we have a slide towards the end where we're going to address the CRR effects of the proposal. Yeah. Yeah. So if you don't mind holding on to that.
Thank you.
All right, and then we have an online question from Michelle Keto. Michelle?
Yeah, Michelle Keto from the CPC. I just have two questions. The first of which, do any of these proposals affect the ETCs and TORs in CAISO itself?
Hi, Michelle. It's James Lynn. No, none of these proposals have any impact on the current ETC TOR hedge that is in our tariff today.
Okay, even though they might be owned by external BAAs.
Correct.
Okay, that's my first question. And then my second question is, do we have a sense of where the major parallel flows are? I mean, I would imagine that we can look at historical. So do we have any sense of what those are and what the effects are of each of these proposals in terms of revenue allocation?
Hello, Michelle. This is George Angelevis with the ISO. We haven't looked at specific parallel flow impacts in the well-known transmission bottlenecks in the ISO system, like the Path 26 and Path 15, are good candidates for discussion of parallel flow, obviously. But in general, any kind of flow gate anywhere in the system will experience what you define as parallel flow, which is the impact on that flow gate from transactions that are external to that BAA. So in general, parallel flows are infinite. Any path will have parallel flows. We haven't really looked specifically to have some results on specific flow gates. Is there any one that you're particularly interested in?
Well, I guess I'm just wondering, generally when we make changes, we want to know the effect of the changes. So what is the effect of staying with the existing one versus your, transitional alternative versus your final alternative? Just in terms of, transfer of congestion revenues, right? I mean, do we have some sense of the magnitude?
Yeah, Michelle, this is Milos. I think one of the elements that we noted for monitoring will be looking at some of these effects. As the entities join the EDAM, we will be modeling transmission constraints on their system that may not necessarily be reflective today in the EIM, since you're modeling the entirety of the system. The entirety of the system is optimizable by the market. So I think it's difficult to surmise the effects yet at this point in time of constraints that may not yet be modeled. But that's one of the elements that we're going to be monitoring as we model those constraints on PacifiCorp system and any subsequent entities that join. We're going to be monitoring the effects of those constraints on prices and the allocations between the EDAM balancing areas.
Okay, so well, this is more of a comment for later. I think that it was a little unclear. I guess you're going to monitor things for 3 years. But in the wheeling context, what we did was we said after 3 years, we're going to revert to the existing tariff. And given that that was the tariff that was initially determined just and reasonable as a package, are we going to, or is the CAISO proposing that it defaults after 3 years to the current tariff, or are we going to assume that the baseline is now what you're proposing here?
Yeah, we'll get to that as well when we talk about the transitional approach, but we're not proposing a sunset at this point. What we are proposing is a commitment as part of that transitional approach to work with stakeholders and identify enhancements, near-term enhancements and a long-term design that by the end of that year 3, we would present to the board for consideration.
So this becomes
we're not proposing a sunset.
So this becomes the new default. So the new sort of package of.
That's right. That's right. With any subsequent additional near-term incremental enhancements that we may want to identify as we gather some of that data. The intent is not for this to be a static, design for 3 years and just, let's see what happens, but we're going to continue to engage with stakeholders as we get some of the information and the data. We can consider near-term continued enhancements while we also look at the long-term approach. So if we learn something
Is it
as we gather some of that data, we can come back and look at further enhancements.
possible that this provides incentives for people to sell more oat rights?
I don't know if it provides an incentive to sell more firm oat rights. I don't know if folks would be buying them for this self-scheduled congestion hedge that we'll get to later. But yeah, we can talk through that as we go through the initiative and what incentives it may provide. I don't know if folks would be buying long-term firm transmission and making those investments for this type of a hedge if long-term firm is available across the grid. I think the incentive that has been raised is a self-schedule incentive, but I haven't heard it framed, or I don't know that folks would buy that firm transmission.
Yeah, I guess that there's just different incentives when this becomes the baseline versus when there's a 3-year sunset and people know it ends. That's what I'm getting at. Do you think that that has different incentives?
If you were to put a sunset, possibly, but again, it has different potential implications and what transmission rights parties are getting, what effect may that have on other aspects of design, including the EDAM access charge and the effect on the sales of transmission. And we did not want to put a sunset at this point, but I think we can talk about that aspect when we get to the transitional portion of the discussion and get some of those perspectives and reactions.
Thanks,
Okay,
Michelle.
it just,
Yes,
okay,
I think
thanks.
we'll,
Thanks.
go ahead. Yeah, I was just going to say, thanks, Michelle. We'll be able to address sort of that long-term plan in terms of how we expect to take in the learnings of this and then continue with a stakeholder process to continue to evolve the design. So with that, let me switch to in the room. Todd, did you have a question or, okay, you're good. Let's go to Kathleen online and then I'll come to you, Steve.
Great, thanks, Joanne.
State your name and affiliation
yes.
as well as a reminder. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Thanks so much for the discussion. I actually jumped in and I know you want to move on, so I don't want to belabor it, but I wanted to give an example to maybe give a little extra support to some of how I was hearing Michelle's questions. What would be very helpful, rather than thinking about that long-term monitoring, which I know you've committed to doing, but is sizing the problem to some extent, even if you have to make a couple assumptions and do proxies. Because one of the questions I heard kind of posed was, do we not have any sense what these parallel flows are on internal constraints? And I wanted to make a pitch that some of us, without you guys providing, the CAISO providing kind of an estimate of the parallel flows that you see in the ream as a proxy, just to give us a sense of what that is. As stakeholders, we have to use heuristics, right? And I wanted to share with you the heuristic that I use and kind of how I have been putting the context around this. And with the caveat that I know heuristics are not accurate, which is why I'm making my pitch for some like additional kind of sizing of this. But the heuristic I use is that most EIM entities they enforce very few internal constraints. So I hesitate to say no internal constraints. I don't know the exact size off the top of my head, as you all know. At the CAISO podium, it's dynamic and can be changed. But it is a fact that they enforce very few. And so as a heuristic, when we have an initiative here scoped purely to internal constraints, not to transfer constraints, then I have to walk away realizing that what we're doing is you're trying to address parallel flows only on the CAISO system. And if that's not accurate, I do think there's a case for you guys to provide some additional kind of forward-looking information, at least anchoring us today. And so I hope that's useful. I just wanted to share that, you know, we do have market experience from lean. And so right now that is what we're using to put context around it. And the parallel flow question Michelle asked, I thought was a pretty easy one to answer using lean is mostly CAISO. But if that's not your view, I really hope you will put out some analysis to correct that misunderstanding. Thanks.
Thanks. Yep. Thanks, Kathleen. I appreciate that feedback. It's helpful. And we'll take that into consideration as well. All right. In the room, Steve?
Hi, Steve Keene, Edison. One thing that's confused me through this whole process is kind of the interaction between the congestion that's happening in the other BAAs and the potential congestion that might be happening between the BAAs, the transfer revenue. And like one simple question is just, what happens if, well, first I guess, can it happen? And then what happens if it does? If there's parallel flow causing congestion in the transfer between BAAs, how does that get dealt with? And then I'm just trying to understand how this kind of works together, because I'm not quite sure. You know, the examples have all said we've got the same marginal energy cost across the grid. And my understanding is that's not necessarily true all the time. So you could have different marginal costs, but then if you do that, those the power factors and things, are they specific to the marginal energy cost that's in a BAA or not? And this is one problem I had with the examples, that sometimes, you know, when you look at the prices that are showing, like in the one that's going to come up, I mean, you have power flowing from BAAC to BAAD, despite the fact that the price for the power is lower in BAAD than it is in C. It's like the price that was showing up in C was $40. The price in D is $39. The power is still flowing that way. And I realize I'm probably just missing something, but I'd like to see if we could get into that discussion at some point.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point, Steve, and I think we can maybe highlight some of that when we get to some of the examples at the end. I think some of that is in the addendum example as well that I think we can get to, but maybe James or George, if you want to frame just the general concept of the interaction of those transfer constraints and internal constraints.
Yeah, Steve, this is George with the ISO. It's a common question that is coming to us very often, and there is a confusion that we need to clear out between what we call a schedule and what we call a power flow. So transfers are schedules, all right? They do not represent actual physical flows. So the concept of the parallel flow, the way we discuss it here, only relates to physical congestion. So schedules do not cause any physical congestion. The underlying physical power flow from the solution of the AC power flow, that results and contributes to physical flows. So the transfer by itself doesn't cause a parallel flow. This is just a schedule of transferring energy from a BAA that has a lower cost to a BAA that has a higher cost, all right? And it distributes optimally between various transfers. The net transfer distributes optimally, subject to the transfer limit constraints, which are scheduling limits. The concept of the parallel flow really gets meaning when you're talking about physical congestion and physical injections and takeouts on the grid. So in the discussions and the examples, we're considering a balanced transaction from a source to a sink, either within the same BAA or across different BAAs, and how this balanced transaction in power flow affects or causes a parallel flow on a third BAA that has congestion on that particular flow gate. But this does not relate to the transfer that happens between the two BAAs where the transaction is actually taking place. So we need to separate the concepts of schedules and parallel flows. And that's why in the examples that we show the impact of parallel flow, it is much simpler to show the effect considering that there are no transfer limits, so that we take the effect of the transfer completely out of the picture because it doesn't have an impact on the parallel flow. We also have examples that we show that there is a transfer limit causing price separation across the BAAs, but that's just an added complexity that adds some flavor. It doesn't materially change the example and the impact on the parallel flow that we're focusing in this discussion. So I hope this clears out a little bit the two issues, schedules and flows.
Yeah, I have to think about that. Let me just, the example I'm thinking of, like the two lines in the CAISO that would most congest, you said, were path 26 and path 15. And I'm assuming, you know, that's impacted by power flowing, say, from the southwest up to the northwest. But, you know, we've also seen that sometimes congest those lines, but it can also essentially create price separation at Malin, right? That in the congestion revenue, in the CRR case, you know.
Do you want to bring these questions when we discuss the
Yeah, we can do it
so
then.
we have visual and we can
Okay.
talk about them at the time?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
you.
yeah, Steve, yeah, yeah, make sure we come back to that once we get to that 4B example and even the other example, and I think we'll have a visual to illustrate it.
Okay, before I go to the next question, I wanted to share a couple of comments and a question in the chat. There is a response to the earlier question about selling OAT firm rights. So Kathy Anderson's provided some feedback. She's indicated that we have to sell firm rights if we have them. An OAT provider cannot withhold firm rights. It isn't about them deciding to sell it, they're obligated to. So just wanted to clarify and provide that feedback. There's also a question from earlier from Ben Hoffman. I think George has provided some information in the chat, but I wanted everybody to be able to hear this question. The question is, this may be a remedial question, but some parties have noted that the FNM isn't perfect, and whatever is settled ahead of time isn't always what plays out in real time. How much divergence between real events and FNM day-ahead market has CAISO observed on average? So I think, George, if you want to provide some feedback there.
There was a question about the differences that you can potentially see between the day-ahead market and the real-time market. And we need to keep in mind that even if the bids are the same and the demand forecast is the same and the conditions are exactly similar between day-ahead and real-time, which is, of course, that's not the case, but even with those extraneous parameters being exactly the same, weather forecast, demand forecast, no outages between day-ahead and real-time, bids are the same. There are still differences in the solution between what you have in the day-ahead market and the real-time market. For one obvious reason, the market footprint in real-time is much larger. It has more balancing authority areas that participate in the market, so you have more transfers that will obviously result in a different solution in real time, even if everything else is the same. And there are also some technical differences that are used in the solution of the day-ahead market that differentiate even the solutions within the different passes of the day-ahead market, like the IFM solution and the RAC solution are different, because in the RAC solution, we're using the demand forecast. In the IFM solution, we're using scheduled load. Load has actual bids in the IFM. And the schedule load based on those bids does not distribute exactly in the same fashion that we distribute the demand forecast in RAC or in real time. And this is our reference for calculating the shift factors in the IFM. So the reference of the shift factors in the IFM is really different than what the schedule load clears in the IFM. So there are differences between the day-ahead and real time. Either some of them are structural and based on the modeling assumptions that are made, but some of them are really driven by data differences between the markets and the market footprint.
Thanks, George. All right, I don't see any other questions. Oh, Danielle, online, please go ahead. Okay. No other questions. I think we can proceed.
Okay, well, let's go to the next slide. And what I'll do on the next slide is walk through about 3 or 4 slides just to frame the proposal based on the stakeholder comments. Then I think we can pause for questions there as well. I do want to highlight and again extend our appreciation to stakeholders for the level of attention on this effort and the level of stakeholder comments on this. As Joanne noted earlier, I think we had 28 sets of stakeholder comments on the issue paper, and I think overall or predominantly parties seem to be open or think that the issue paper and the alternatives that were introduced open the door in the right direction or move the discussion in the right direction. So there was openness to considering an alternative approach that addressed this parallel flow issue and sought to provide transmission enough revenues back to the EDAM entity to provide a more complete hedge for parties exercising their oat rights. But nevertheless, there were also some concerns and some caution associated with the transitional approach and some of the key themes that I think helped refine and shape the draft final proposal. And I want to highlight some of those themes of the comments. These are not by any means, I think, the complete set, but I think these are the ones that permeated to the top because they were the common themes across a larger part of stakeholder comments. One of those comments was related to, or one of those areas was seeking additional definition to the transition to a long-term design. There was interest in defining what steps the ISO would take towards that long-term design discussion. I think there were some comments, as we'll get to that a bit later when we get to this portion of the discussion, but I think recognition of parties wanting more definition as to what you're going to be monitoring, how you're going to provide transparency to it, how long is that design going to be in place. Some parties suggested a sunset period as well. Others were more open towards identifying key milestones. All in all, the intent, I think, was to convey that whatever we come up with in this design does not remain in perpetuity as a design, but it keeps the conversation going and provides a venue for continued engagement to evaluate a long-term design for congestion revenue allocation. Another key theme was when comparing the alternatives, the status quo of the current EDAM approved design and the transitional alternative that was introduced in the issue paper. Another key theme on comments was that there were concerns around the transitional alternative also when compared to the status quo, kind of taking two extremes in terms of the allocation of the congestion revenues. On one side, the status quo provided all the parallel flow congestion revenues back to the balancing area where the constraint is located, while the transitional alternative kept all the parallel flow congestion revenues in the balancing area where these accrued. These were kind of both were extremes to each other in terms of the parallel flow congestion revenue allocation. And within that theme, the concern that the allocation of these congestion revenues under that transitional alternative went beyond just what's needed to provide a more complete or greater congestion, to enable a greater congestion hedge for the exercise of firm out rights, but it went beyond that and allocated anything else to the balancing area where those congestion revenues accrued. And so that was one of the key themes that I think shaped the draft final proposal that we'll cover next. Another one was concerns with that transitional alternative related to the counterflow effects or counterflow scenario that we illustrated in the examples. The concern that by retaining all the parallel flow congestion revenues in the balancing area where these accrued, whether these are positive or negative, it may leave a balancing area that has generation that's providing beneficial counterflow effect to the direction of the constraint, it may leave that balancing area bearing some of the costs associated with the provision of that counterflow. The generation gets paid for providing that counterflow, but that difference in the congestion revenue, the negative difference in congestion revenue remains within that balancing area, and that balancing area may then be left bearing those costs. So that was one other element that we sought to address with the draft final proposal. And then there were also comments from those submitting comments with concerns of does the transitional alternative provide additional incentives to self-schedule load or generation than to obtain that greater congestion cost exposure protection through the tariff of the EDAM entity? Does it provide those incentives compared to what may already be in place today, and what effects does that have on market efficiency? So we sought to at least address a number of these comments in the shaping of the proposal, and these guided the structure ultimately of the proposal that we put out. We go to the next slide. I want to highlight now what that proposal is. But under the draft final proposal, the parallel flow congestion revenues would be allocated to the balancing area where those are collected, but only for the exercise of the firm OAT transmission rights. So transmission customers that may be exercising their firm OAT rights in a balancing area, and there are parallel flow congestion effects as a result of a constraint in another balancing area, any parallel flow congestion revenues associated with that exercise of OAT rights would be allocated to the balancing area, but the remainder, if there's any other parallel flow congestion revenues, those would flow back to the balancing area where the constraint is located. And this proposal would apply for long-term and monthly firm point-to-point and network integration transmission service rights. And this would follow the exercise of rights consistent with what's currently in the tariff, where those transmission rights that are exercised are done so through submission of balanced source and sink schedules, and that allocation will be provided for the cleared portion of those balanced source and sink self-schedules. And so if we look at the graphic on the right-hand side, just to illustrate the nuance with this approach, again, following the theme from the other examples, if the constraint is located in balancing area 1, and that constraint not only has effects on the congestion price component within balancing area 1, but it also has some effects on the congestion component in balancing area 2 as a result of those parallel flow effects and the nature of the interconnected system. Under this draft final proposal, balancing area 2 would receive or retain the parallel flow congestion revenues that materialize within that balancing area 2 for the exercise of those firm OAT transmission rights that may be exercised within that balancing area 2. Balancing area 1 then would receive the internal congestion revenues that are materializing within its own balancing area as a result of that constraint. But balancing area 1 will also receive any remaining parallel flow congestion revenues that are materializing in balancing area 2 as a result of the constraint after effectively the balancing area 2 is allocated the sufficient congestion revenues associated with the OAT rights. Anything that remains that's not associated with the exercise of those OAT rights flows back to balancing area 1 where the transmission constraint is located. And if we go to the next slide, I think
Milos,
this is...
Before you go to that next slide, there's just one clarification on slide 17 by Abram, if we can take that.
Say it again.
There's a question from Abram specifically on this slide. We can have Abram ask the question.
Okay.
Abram, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Milos. I was curious if you could clarify in this example. I actually have two questions. The first is just trying to understand after you have the point-to-point rights and network transmission service, what else is left? Because I would think that most of what's happening in balancing area 2, in this case, would be taken up by those two things. And then the second question is, if you have derates on the transfer capability on the constraint, such as due to an outage, how would that be handled so that if you have CRRs in balancing area 1 and OAT rights in balancing area 2, they're treated comparably in the case where there's insufficient congestion rents to make whole both the rights in balancing area 1 and 2?
So I'm going to answer the second question first. You're addressing question on outages at the transfer or outages that impacts the scheduling of your OAT rights. If you have an outage that impacts that we have submitted going into the IFM, then your schedule or your ability to submit balance schedule is going to be impacted based upon that outage. You're going to only be able to schedule to a certain point. And then you will be eligible for potentially receiving congestion revenue for that balanced portion. Any unbalanced portion is not subject to receiving the congestion hedge, because it isn't necessarily going to that sink point. It's going to be used for some other demand area. Does that help answer your second question?
I guess I'm a little confused, because it seems like the sequence is happening on different time frames. So you're assuming, I guess, that if you have a derate, you know it exactly in advance and it's precisely modeled, and therefore you go in and you allocate so are you allocating to balancing area 2 certain scheduling rights on the transmission constraint, such that if the transmission constraint is derated, that the point-to-point rights in balancing area 2 are derated accordingly?
So what I'm indicating is, going into the day-ahead market, each of the balancing authority areas is supposed to inform the market operator of the available transmission, taking into account for outages, and therefore by informing us what the available transmission limits are, then we will allow for you to schedule up to your rights within that transmission limit. In other words, the outages need to be informed to the market operator prior to IFM running.
Okay, that's fine, but
afterward, go ahead.
But you may have redispatch ability in balancing area 1 to make available the rights in balancing area 2. It's not that the rights are not physically available to be managed, because there's units in balancing area 1 that can redispatch to facilitate those rights. It's a question of comparable treatment in terms of how the rights get allocated between the two.
So and getting into the redispatching, so if I have to redispatch and in essence dispatch another generator to backfill for the load that needs to be met, then we're not exercising your rights. You're not exercising your rights from that specific generator to the load, so that portion would not be considered as part of the parallel flow that is given back to the BAA. We are only looking at those where you've exercised your OAT CRN, and isn't a need to basically backfill for your generation.
All right.
Okay, so just to, let me just finish. So point-to-point rights will be derated if there's not transfer capability available. But if after that happens, they're completely made whole, even if there's insufficient revenues for the rights that are available in balancing area 1. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and that's making the assumption that you've used your CRN to exercise those rights. Yes.
Okay, why wouldn't you allocate equally the the missing money from the outage equivalently between the different firm rights in both markets? Because I don't think this is comparable treatment that you're proposing.
I think, this is George Angelevis with the ASO. If you're comparing how CRRs are treated with respect to OAT rights, from your question, I think you're trying to draw a parallel, and you're asking whether they're treated the same way or not. Am I right? These two products are not comparable. So based on the discussion that we just had on the OAT rights, if the OAT rights are affected by outages and derates, which is something typical if the transaction goes over an intertie and there is a derate on the intertie, then those rights are affected, and if that information comes to the ISO, as it should, then the participant will only be able to schedule up to its allotted rights as they are affected by those derates and outages. And it's only the balanced portion of the schedule that clears the market that may receive the financial heads. And that is feasible at that point. So there is no any allocation of revenue that is different than what the participant, what this balance schedule is, receives the entire right. The CRR, on the other hand, is a completely different instrument because it has a nominal value that does not depend directly on the outages and derates that happen in the market. It has been procured on a longer term, and the nominal value does reflect what the CRR was awarded for. However, there is a mechanism that the ISO is using to only pay the CRRs out of congestion revenues that are collected on a specific constraint by constraint basis. So these two different products cannot be directly compared. They're not comparable, and that's why you have a different treatment between the two if you were trying to draw a parallel.
Okay. Steve and Don,
that
can
was
you
very
hold
clear.
the
We can
question
move on.
just for a few minutes? We have a couple more slides on this topic to get through, and it might answer some of the questions. So
Let's see.
yeah. All right. Go ahead, Don. Just don't take us down
Yeah.
another round.
No, I'm not. No, these are just clarifying questions. With regards to who's eligible to do this, you said it's long-term and monthly firm point-to-point. Does that include or not include conditional firm?
Yeah, I think consistent with what, I think that's a type of firm consistent with what the parties have filed.
Okay.
With that approach.
And then with regards to the exercise of transmission rights, I would highly recommend in the final proposal to be really clear about that, because conditional firm is actually not firm. Yeah. And it caused a lot of confusion in the PAC process. The next is on this exercise of transmission rights. And you stated that, I need to utilize my contract reference number. If I submit a self-schedule and don't refer to my contract reference number, do I then fall into the remaining parallel full flow congestion approach?
The exercise of the contract requires the contract reference number and a self-schedule associated with it. So if you submit a self-schedule and there is no contract reference number with it, it's a regular self-schedule. It doesn't receive any scheduling priority or any financial rights.
Right, but the reason I ask that is so that on an hourly basis, I could have established a contract reference number, and I can determine on an hourly basis whether I utilize it or not when submitting my self-schedules.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to be clear, is the contract reference number is the mechanism that the settlement system uses to determine what the source and sink is and whether or not they're balanced. If I don't have that information, that generator and that load can serve or be served by any other resource out there. And so without that reference number, I don't have the ability to identify what.
Right. And there's not a requirement for me to utilize a contract reference number if I have one.
No, it's not a requirement.
Okay, thanks, Don. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the previous question. If somebody has transmission, and let's assume it's causing loop flow in another BAA. If the transmission on which it's causing loop flow is derated, then, that entity under its own transmission rights has the right to schedule exactly what it was doing before, exactly the full amount, because it doesn't take into account the loop flow it's causing. However, because the amount of loop flow, the amount going through the other BAA's congestion point is limited. If there are CRRs over there, they're obviously going to be limited, but the overall amount of capacity is limited. But that's what I think the question was getting at, is how do you deal with the revenue in that case? And I'm not sure that it didn't seem to me like you were addressing that situation where, let's say you have somebody has an outright in BAA2 for 100 megawatts. That's causing loop flow in BAA1. The line on which it's causing the loop flow gets derated. So suddenly there's a lot less capacity. That 100 megawatts isn't going to be derated, is it?
Well, as we said earlier, Steve, you only receive a financial right for the balance scheduled portion. So if the self-schedule has higher scheduling priority, it is possible that even there are derates in the network, it's possible that it is fully scheduled, and basically economic bids are used to redispatch and provide counterflow on what you call parallel flow, so that there are no constraints that are violated on the grid. So there might be constraints that would normally impede that 100 megawatt odd transaction, but you have the benefit now of solving the entire interconnected network with bids. So it's possible that the market can schedule counterflow, economic counterflow on the constraint to allow for that higher scheduling priority on your odd right. Now, if that is not possible and the odd right is not scheduled fully, because it's still possible to curtail schedules even at higher scheduling priority, you have congestion on the grid and you don't have the mechanism to economically resolve that congestion, then only whatever is scheduled and the balance portion of that qualifies for the financial right. But the scheduling priority that the contract is afforded by will give you a higher likelihood that the schedule is going to go through, even though you have constraints on the grid because of the beneficial impact of economic counterflow that can be scheduled by the market to accommodate that schedule.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is where does the revenue from that congestion flow? Because
still the same, right?
Okay.
You still have a congestion impact of that transaction on the constraint that is in another BAA in your example, right? However, it still receives the full financial heads since it is an odd right that is exercised.
Okay.
All right. It has to do, I think you're trying to compare it with what happens on CRRs on the congested flow gate in the other BAA, if you're thinking that this is the ISO BAA. And when the CRRs were auctioned, you may not have the effect of the loop flow, and you may auction more CRRs that can be actually been paid for. And this is where the CRR1B methodology comes into place, where it only pays CRRs for what congestion revenue is collected after all the OAT rights are paid.
No, that's not,
Right.
that's not really my question. My question is just, and maybe the way to get at it is, how is this dealt with today? So if somebody has an OAT right in Pacific or East, and it causes it causes loop flow through the CAISO, and then the CAISO has a line go down, so it can't support even the loop flow that it was doing. How does that get dealt with today?
You're thinking of EIM today when you say? Base schedules?
No, just basically, because this would still be like in the day-ahead market, just.
Oh, in the day, well, today in the day-ahead market is only ISO. So there are no OAT rights.
But they still, that entity still gets to schedule its flow. And the CAISO just has to adjust for it and deal with it?
Oh, okay. So when we solve the day-ahead market today, just for the ISO balancing authority area, we do have some approximation of what external schedules for other BAAs are, right? Because we are also the reliability coordinator, so we get schedules. So they're part of the solution of the day-ahead market, but they're not optimized, of course. There are no bids, they're fixed. So do they consume transmission capacity in ISO flow gates and transmission? Yes, they are. And then when you solve the ISO market today, you use bids in the ISO market to resolve congestion. So is there an impact of parallel flow in the ISO day-ahead market today from external transactions? Yes. How it's resolved? It's resolved through the ISO market. And now with the extended day-ahead market, you'll have more BAAs in the day-ahead market. So it will be a little bit easier to resolve that.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. All right, Milosh, I think we
Okay.
can continue.
Yeah, I'll walk through a couple more slides, and I think we can pause for another round once we frame the full alternative or the draft final proposal. But as we noted, the draft final proposal is that the balancing area will be allocated parallel flow congestion revenues sufficient associated with the exercise of those firm OAT transmission rights that we've described, and any of that remaining parallel flow congestion revenues flows back to the balancing area where the constraint is located. And as such, the design is seen as a more targeted or refined allocation of the parallel flow congestion revenues because it in a more targeted way provides the balancing area with congestion revenues to provide a more complete or a greater congestion hedge for the transmission customers that are exercising their OAT rights. Under the transitional alternative that was in the issue paper, all parallel flow congestion revenues stay with the balancing area where they are collected, but that went beyond just what is needed for providing that allocation for the exercise of OAT rights. This seeks that more tailored approach focused on the exercise of those OAT rights and providing enough congestion revenues to the EDM entity to provide that greater congestion hedge for those that are exercising the rights, but the rest goes back to the balancing area where the constraint is located, which is consistent with the current design in effect. I think it's also important to highlight that this particular draft final proposal structure, by allocating any of those remaining congestion revenues after you've allocated whatever is needed to provide that congestion hedge for the exercise of OAT rights, the remainder, by going back to the balancing area where the constraint is located, it also addresses that concern associated with the counterflow effect in relation to the constraint that was expressed in stakeholder comments, because the remainder of those congestion revenues, whether it's positive or negative, would flow back to the area where the constraint is located and would not necessarily remain in the balancing area where these are collected, such that in that counterflow scenario, the balancing area may not necessarily be stranded with some of the adverse effects of having generation that provided that counterflow benefit. It flows all flows back to the balancing area where the constraint is located, consistent with the design that's in place today and that FERC approved. So if we go to an illustrative example, this is kind of a prelude to, on the next slide, this is a prelude to the more complex examples that James is going to be walking through a bit later. But we wanted to find a way to convey, again, what does this mean for the exercise of those OAT rights that we've been talking about within a balancing area. And so if we look at the graphic on the right side, you have two balancing areas. The activity in terms of the exercise of OAT rights happens in balancing area 2. But there's a constraint in the neighboring balancing area 1, that has an effect on the congestion component at different locations within balancing area 2. Again, this is for illustrative purposes. Usually, I think in realistic scenarios, there's probably multiple constraints that are binding, some internal, some external. But again, to illustrate the concept of the effect of the constraint in balancing area 1, it has an impact on the congestion component prices at LMPs in balancing area 2. And in balancing area 2, you have the transmission customer. Let's assume it's the same entity. It's a load serving entity. It's got transmission rights associated with delivery of multiple resources. But you have them exercising their transmission rights from the import location to the load, and they're submitting a self-schedule in that case into the market at the import location. There's a self-schedule at the load, and they're also trying to exercise their transmission rights from another generator that's internal to the balancing area and submitting that self-schedule at the generator, a balanced self-schedule between the generation and the load. In this instance, the generation, both at the import location and at the generator location, will be paid the LMP at those locations that are reflective or include a congestion component that's impacted by that constraint in the neighboring balancing area. And so the generation is paid at those LMPs at its respective locations, and then load is affected by that constraint in the neighboring balancing area. The load pays the LMP at its location. And there you can see the math there, that the difference between what the generation is paid and what the load is charged is about $700 between the two. And that $700 is the congestion revenue that's collected by the market operator. The load paid $6,000 based on the 200 megawatts at the $30 LMP, and the generators are paid at their LMP $100 megawatts each. For 100 megawatts each, that totals about $5,300. That difference between what the load paid of $6,000 and what the generation paid, the $5,300 is the $700 is the resulting congestion revenue that is collected by the market operator and now has to be allocated. Because both of these transactions are exercising their OAT rights, the $700 would be allocated through that self-schedule process. The $700 under the proposal would be allocated back to balancing area 2 to be able to provide that more complete or greater congestion hedge under their sub-allocation mechanism to the transmission customer that's exercising those rights. And then any remaining parallel flow congestion revenue that's not pictured here, but nevertheless, there's a number of other transactions that are going on within the balancing area, economic bids at generators, regular self-schedules, other transactions at the load locations. Any remaining parallel flow congestion revenues would flow back to the balancing area 1, where the transmission constraint is located. And what this does, again, is provides enough congestion revenues to balancing area 2 to provide that more complete hedge for those exercising their OAT rights, and then the remainder flows back to the balancing area where the constraint is located for sub-allocation under their own mechanisms. Okay, so we can pause here, I think, as well, if there are any questions now, having reviewed the complete structure of the proposal. The next few slides will talk a bit more about the application in the day-ahead market, that this proposal is for the day-ahead market, not real-time, and we'll cover that. But the next sections will really focus on the transitional nature or the evolutionary nature to the design. But I think here we can take additional questions on the proposal.
The first question is online with Tom Davis. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, Milos, can you hear me? Milos?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Please
Yeah,
state your
and thanks,
affiliation. Too.
thanks for the presentation this morning. This has been very helpful. So really two questions. Probably one's a confirmation and then the other's a question. The first, on slide 17, you mentioned long-term and monthly point-to-point rights. I'm assuming that if a customer resells those rights, that they would also get, or whoever the reseller is, or the assignee is, would be eligible under this proposal for the same treatment. And in particular, I was thinking like if you have a long-term firm point-to-point, customer resells or reassigns that, let's just say on a daily basis or a weekly basis, how would you treat that? That's the first question.
No, that's right, Tom. That's, if the parties resell the long-term and monthly rights to parties, and I think it retains that CRN or contract reference number association, that would apply because that's a resale of long-term firm and monthly transmission rights.
Right, and that's on pretty much any interval, right? So if you were to do that on a daily basis, you would still get that, based on the CRN number, you'd still get that treatment.
That's right.
Okay. The second one is kind of a corollary to that is with redirects. I mean, obviously, if you have a long-term or monthly redirect, I assume it would apply for this. But if you redirect on, let's just say, a daily or weekly basis, you're sourcing from a long-term or monthly point-to-point reservation, would you get this treatment?
That's right. I think it has to retain that CRN structure of those registered rights. So I think you would work through the EDAM entity in that redirect scenario, and if it retains that CRN structure, it would retain this allocation as well.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. That was I just got to add a couple of down in the weeds questions, and this was Tom Davis from SRP. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, I think in the room, Steve.
Yeah, my question is, I guess it's how much of the parallel flow is going to be attributed to the OAT stuff and how much is going to be attributed to this other stuff? Because I was trying to figure out, the OAT stuff is done without regard to the market, but the other non-OAT stuff should be part of the optimization that should take account of that loop flow when it figures out the solution. So I'm just wondering, I guess it would be if somebody put in a self-scheduler and was a price taker in the market but didn't have OAT transmission, that would cause it. But I'm trying to think what other, in most of the other situations, it would seem to me that it would be basically just dealt with through the market because the market would take account of the parallel congestion that it was causing.
Yeah, Steve, I think we'll get more into details or a better explanation of that when we walk through the examples. But the use of your CRN is how I'm going, versus not having a CRN, contract reference number, is how I'm going to distinguish between the parallel flow impacts that need to go back to the BA where the constraint is modeled versus flowing through this mechanism. The exercising of your rights means you are now going to be exposed, the market's going to solve, you are now exposed for that congestion difference between that physical source and the physical sink. And that CRN then tells me exactly how much of the parallel flow or overall congestion is exposed to that OAT transaction. And therefore, that is what is going to be part of this transitional measure. I'm going to identify that, and that is what goes back to.
No, I understand the concept. What I'm asking for is, have you done any kind of estimate of how much of that parallel flow congestion will be attributed to use of the CRNs and how much of it may be in that other category?
Well, no, and for several reasons. One is because right now the day ahead is only ISO. Two is we haven't established CRNs in either WEAM or going into day ahead, so I don't know what the OAT rights are. So I don't have the ability to even make an estimate on it. And three is that the overall impact is going to be what the market solution is going to be a little bit different with EDAM because you have the introduction of imbalance reserve, which is which is co-optimized against energy, and so there's going to be all that has to be taken place.
Then a follow-up question on that. Is this something you're going to be looking at in the market sim?
Yes, I mean, we will be, if I'm able to get the configuration changes done in time, we will be having it in as part of the full market simulation. I'll be able to identify exactly when I'm able to get the configuration in, but in between there, I will be able to offline determine how much of the parallel flow is associated with OAT because they'll be exercising their rights. It's just whether or not it's in the statement versus something I have to provide afterwards.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Brandon, online, state your name and affiliation, please.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Brandon Holmes, APS. So first of all, I appreciate the presentation here today. It's been very helpful. So before we got too far away from the slide that summarizes the stakeholder comments, I did just want to highlight one of the comments that APS had submitted, which is missing from the list, was just seeking clarification on some of the existing rights that an EDAM entity has currently for including or excluding transmission from EDAM. I believe within this paper, it's been characterized that this question is out of scope for this initiative, which we at APS disagree with this characterization, and reason being for us really understanding what's available today under the current structure is critical for stakeholders to effectively evaluate the impact of any shortcomings of what we're talking about here today in this proposal, and to evaluate whether any alternative solutions exist. So we would just continue to request that CAISO share what or provide clarity on what rights an EDAM entity has with respect to including or excluding transmission inside the EDAM market, as this is really an essential question to answer in order to effectively evaluate the current proposal.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, Brandon. And I think the way that we took the comments from parties that noted this was, I think there was a consideration of an alternative to remove transmission rights from the market as a way to manage congestion. And what the market design in EDAM provides is the ability of parties to exercise the transmission rights. They'll receive the priority in the market associated with the exercise of those transmission rights. The market is modeling and optimizing the full transmission capability within a balancing area, but parties that hold those transmission rights can register those transmission rights, as we've noted here, have a CRN, and when they exercise those rights, they'll receive the market clearing priority, but also this hedge or this allocation of congestion revenues. The EDAM design does not consider the ability of entities to unilaterally just remove transmission capability from the market. And that's why we noted it as outside of the scope, because this is focused on parallel flow congestion, revenue allocation. It's not looking at deriving new designs for removing transmission capability and rights from market monitoring or market modeling and optimization.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Brandon. Next question is Dan Williams online. Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Milos, Dan Williams here from the Energy Authority, and just kind of following on Brandon's point there, I know we're another entity along with the group of folks that we're representing in our comments who felt like the ISO and the EDAM BAs should be considering sort of all alternatives that would create a better interim solution for the market around these issues, and ultimately drive to a stable EDAM go live. But what I wanted to comment on, though, was kind of something in a different direction, is just like others very much appreciate CAISO's efforts on all this. I know it's been a huge amount of time that's gone into trying to come up with something to improve on the status quo. But as someone, as a company that's going to be performing load SC, Gen SC, and transmission customer functions in EDAM, just being a year away from financially binding results now, it's really difficult to engage with this issue and with this initiative when there are so many moving pieces and multiple forums happening. You know, we have 2 EDAM tariff filings pending at FERC, one with a deficiency response that I expect we'll see in the next couple days, and also that has kind of significant number of protests that I'm sure FERC is looking at and considering, and another one just starting out, but copying the first, but with some nuances. And now also as you know, stakeholders of PacifiCorp, we have business practices for PAC that we're working through, and are still kind of waiting to see CAISO's first draft of business practices that I think aren't showing up until July, if I've heard correctly. And so we're sort of juggling all these different very relevant things that are happening at the same time, and trying to understand how the market is going to function, what sort of incentives people will have, and how to start planning our participation and market expectations. And one just clear example of this is in PacifiCorp's draft business practices. There's a statement around NT rights or internal transmission not being allowed to be self-scheduled on or be registered as a CRN. And I'm not sure that that is what they intended. Is something we'll be commenting on in PAC's business practice process to hopefully resolve. But if that were to carry forward, then effectively half of the driver of self-schedules and accrual under this new proposal would go away, because you wouldn't have NT customers able to self-schedule unless it was for limited amounts of maybe of imports. We also had asked some questions around clarity of load aggregation points. That feels like a very important known unknown right now that would have a very large bearing on how network customers do self-schedule if they are allowed to do such. So I just am reflecting all these things because it's tough to feel like this is ready to move forward into a final proposal. Understand the drivers from the CAISO side of wanting to do that, but there's a whole group of us who have no interest in trying to hold up EDAM implementation, who are just trying to figure out how these pieces fit together and what the impacts will be, that really feel like we're not in a place that policy should be locked in, and that we'd be kind of moving forward with the number of outstanding questions and potential for unintended consequences if we don't kind of get this right.
Dan, this is Joanne Serena. If I could just respond to your comment. We definitely hear you in terms of the number of sort of irons that are in the fire, and we are trying to manage through that. In terms of, we felt that the need to expedite this particular initiative is because we do need to bring clarity and closure to this particular topic to help the other sort of channels to move forward. But we are very conscientious and committed to making sure we make space for stakeholders to be able to focus on this one, so that we can hopefully sort of move forward with the best path forward. But we appreciate your feedback, and we continue to take feedback from stakeholders on what to prioritize and how to sequence things, so that you have time to address your concerns within your own company.
Maybe just one thing to request there quickly is that as the CAISO is working on changes in EDAM, and this is for this one or for any moving forward, it would be really helpful for market participants that are not part of the EDAM entity BA companies, for CAISO to work with the EDAM BAs and TSPs to provide some clarity and assurance that the pieces are fitting together at both levels. This is a really unique market where CAISO's tariff sort of stops at one point and other tariffs pick up from there, and yet both are relevant for both policies set in both areas. So it would be really helpful even now if Portland General and Pacific Corps were able to weigh in as BAs and TSPs on what they feel like this does to their tariffs and business practices, so we as customers can kind of get the complete picture.
No, thank you, Dan. And this is Milos. I appreciate that feedback as well. And I think within some of the new tracks that are developing with the EDAM entity implementation, there's more inclusion now at different stages with the scheduling coordinators, TSPs within that balancing area. So I think to the extent that you're representing any of those loads or resources within the EDAM participating balancing area, I think some of those engagements have started along with Pacific Corps as we get closer to market simulation to work with you as well and identify what's changing, how things are evolving to get you all ready for market simulation. So I think that's a fair point, and that's something that we've started to focus on here in the last couple of months or so, creating those additional forums for parties.
And that's great. I want to see it in the policy space also. But I don't want to take up too much time. I wish I could have been there in person today, but appreciate everything that's being worked on.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan. All right, and there's another question in the room here. Steve? Oh, that was an old hand. Okay. Carrie?
This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I just wanted to support Dan and his ask and note that, internal to the CAISO, we've seen this sort of chicken and egg relationship with our relationship with the CPUC on our initiatives. I know it's not in the market space, but in the RA space, we have to deal with this all the time where our rules stop and the CPUCs or other local regulatory authorities take over. And we have seen that gone well. And I want to say we've seen that gone really badly. And one of the ways we've seen it gone well is when there is explicit policy coordination up front and where we recognize there's going to be this constant iteration between our rules and their rules, and that we know kind of upfront they're not going to fit perfectly. And in this case, we do, as WPTF, support you, not locking in the rules, but at least giving the EDAM balancing areas a place to start. So we support this going forward, but we also then support saying if the EDAM balancing areas end up having disparate rules that don't effectively effectuate the outcome the CAISO hopes from this policy, that the CAISO will then come, take it back and revise this. And I think what Dan and a lot of people are asking for is that assurance, because that process doesn't currently exist at the CAISO. WPTF also supports just a continual EDAM enhancements initiative. And I think looping in the other EDAM BAs and having them bring their policies here so we could talk about it all holistically is incredibly important. And I hope that's something you guys can implement.
No, thank you, Carrie, and appreciate that sentiment. Yeah, let us see how we can do that.
Yeah, and I think to an earlier point, we have an implementation track, right, that we'll be hoping to getting full engagement by stakeholders. And as these sort of things surface, and sometimes they surface during the implementation phase, we will evaluate and make sure that if we need to, bring stakeholders back together and address those items. Okay. I don't see any other questions. Oh, Mike?
Yeah, I guess I'll just take the opportunity since it was asked of me I think, what the CAISO is proposing here with the balance self-schedules receiving, the hedge on the congestion, I think this pairs really well with what we have in front of FERC right now as far as our congestion allocation is concerned, and with our tier 1, tier 2 method, where we first returned the congestion to balanced self-schedules, and the same here. And so we've always said whatever bucket of congestion revenue we receive, this is how we will allocate it. So if we receive the congestion related with the counter flows for those balanced self-schedules, they will receive that money back from Pacific Corp in our tariff, and then the rest will be, allocated to the remaining customers that did not submit balanced self-schedules that, participated in the market. And so I actually think this pairs really well and is consistent with what we have in front of FERC right now. So,
Thanks.
for what it's worth.
Thanks for the feedback, Mike. Appreciate it. Gary, did you have a response to that?
Sure. I agree. Like, I've worked with Mike on this, and WPTF agrees with that sentiment. I think our position is that PAC is one of multiple EDAM BAs, and we hope that there's consistency across the tariff, but right now we have no assurance of that. So if Mike could speak for everyone, I think maybe we'd be more comfortable, but because there is this multiple tariff processes and then multiple BPM processes and each BA on top of that, that's where I think the angst comes from.
I think it's a valid point. Thank you. Feedback. All right. Milos, back to you.
Yeah, I think we got maybe 12 minutes or so before lunch. Let's see if we can get through a couple of these and maybe stop at an appropriate place. But just on the next slide, and I've alluded to this, but the draft final proposal is to apply this congestion revenue allocation design to the day-ahead market only and not the real-time market. This is a question explicitly I think we asked within the issue paper comment template. Not everybody responded to that question, at least in the context of the transitional alternative, but those that did, I think, recognized the value of any of these parallel flow congestion revenue designs, allocation designs, remaining in the day-ahead market and not extending to the real-time market. For one reason is that it minimizes the impacts on the broader EIM participant balancing areas that are in the market. But also, I think it recognizes some of the unique aspects and unique structure of the EIM, particularly associated with base scheduled resources, and but this may not translate as well into the EIM. I think the other element is that, the ultimate desire for a congestion hedge in the day-ahead context. I think this is consistent with traditional market designs where the congestion hedge is applied or is effectuated in the day-ahead. It doesn't necessarily carry over into real-time, such that we would propose that this allocation mechanism just remain at this point in time a part of the day-ahead market and not extend to the real-time market. I think as we evolve it, we can consider whether that makes sense more broadly, but I think as a starting point, the desire would be to stay in the day-ahead market application only across the EDAM areas. I think we can pause as well here, just if there are any questions. The next few slides get into the transitional or the evolutionary nature of the design, but we can get some feedback on this here.
Okay, we'll start with Carrie.
Thanks. This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I think this is the right place to ask it since we're going to start to talk about design evolution. But would it be feasible for the CAISO to direct settle this portion of the allocation, similar to the subscriber PTO model, as a future enhancement or even current one?
I mean, as a future enhancement, it's something we can discuss, on any charge code or allocation where it's given to the entity. Is we get agreement from all of the participants on a allocation methodology. Yes, the market operator can do the allocation with yes.
Sorry, James, can you clarify, what do you mean agreement? Like it's in your tariff? Do you mean if you get tariff approval, or do you mean you'd have to go to the individual TCs and get agreement from them?
So through the stakeholder process, we would have to have a decided methodology for settling. And so that would require input from all stakeholders, including the EDAM entities, as well as their participants. And if we come up with a singular allocation methodology, yes, I can do it and move forward with that.
Gotcha. Thank you. Very helpful.
And that would also require, this is George Angelevis with the ISO, that will also require the representation at the SC level of these transactions. If the entity represents their customers, obviously that will not be possible. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Carrie. I don't see any other questions. I think this is a good time to break in terms of the slide deck and the next topics coming up. So for those of you online, we'll resume here back online at 1 o'clock. I'll see you back then. And for those of you here in the room, the cafeteria downstairs is prepared for lunch. You have a number of choices, so please feel free to take lunch between now and 1 o'clock, and we'll meet you back here in the room at 1. Have a good lunch, everybody, and talk to you here soon. Thanks. All right, I think we're ready to resume our meeting today. Hopefully everybody had a chance to get a good lunch break. I know there's some good conversations here in the room, but let's jump right back into it. So Milos, I'll kick it right over to you.
All right, thank you, Joanne, and welcome back from lunch. Before lunch, we walked through the background, the context for the initiative, and then we delved into the design and kind of the compare and contrast between the current EDAM congestion revenue allocation associated with parallel flow congestion revenues. We talked about the transitional alternative introduced in the issue paper, and then we talked about the more refined proposal that we put out and compared and contrasted those. Now, in this next section, we're going to move into the evolutionary or the transitional aspect of the design in response to the stakeholder comments. We'll also talk about, potential and the effects on CRRs within the CAISO balancing area, and then we'll look to close out with some more comprehensive examples. But starting with on slide 21 with the design evolution, I just want to acknowledge that this is one of the areas where a lot of, if not all of the stakeholder comments focused on is defining that transitional nature or the evolutionary nature of the design a bit more. Parties that commented on this noted a need for certainty in the design in the near term. They needed stability in that design such that it wouldn't change, to a completely different design right away, but confidence in that design, as well as a desire to keep the discussion going, that this wasn't, this expedited initiative wasn't the end-all, be-all, and that we're going to wait a number of years before we pick this stuff up, but rather that we keep the dialogue going even after this expedited initiative to continue to evaluate the long-term structure and where we want to be regarding congestion revenue allocation. Another set of comments as well thought that the ISO identify more precisely, what are we going to be monitoring? How are we going to provide transparency into it so that the design doesn't by default become an indefinite design or for an indefinite period of time? But what are you going to be monitoring? How are you going to provide transparency to it? And then what are the temporal aspects to this design? And I'll try to address each one of those as we move to the next 3 slides, and then we'll pause for comments and reactions and feedback on the evolutionary nature of the design. Starting on first the monitoring and the transparency. As I noted, some commenters requested a bit more specificity, and as I was reaching out to folks as well ahead of the comments, I was suggesting to folks to also identify in their comments what would they like to see monitored in particular. And informed by those comments, I think we wanted to identify more precisely then what are we going to be monitoring and how are we going to provide that transparency in the process. As we noted as part of this evolutionary design, monitoring of some of the key aspects of the design and the congestion revenue allocation mechanism is going to be important because it's going to help inform the any near-term enhancements that we may want to consider, but also it's going to help inform the establishment of that longer-term design evolution that we want to be in place after this period. Some of the things that we think are valuable and important to monitor, and we certainly appreciate any additional comments in this next round of comments on this, but we think that it's going to be important to monitor the binding transmission constraints across the wider EDAM footprint and the frequency of those constraints that are binding. Once additional entities join the EDAM, we're going to be modeling additional constraints within those balancing areas that may not potentially be modeled in the EIM today. And so it's going to be important to look at where are those constraints occurring and what's the frequency of them binding. And then the next one is the effects of those constraints on congestion prices across the balancing areas, not only within the balancing area, but also those parallel flow effects on the neighboring EDAM balancing areas of a constraint. What effect does it have on the prices in that neighboring area? We're going to also monitor and track the allocation of the congestion revenues across the different EDAM balancing areas resulting from those constraints and the effects of those constraints. And then as well, the magnitude and frequency of self-scheduling, but primarily the self-scheduling associated with the exercise of the firm out transmission rights that we've outlined. I think that will be all of these will be important data points to help us inform any enhancements, near-term or long-term, to the design. In terms of transparency and how we would provide this information, we don't want to wait 3 years or however many years to share this information, but we want to be able to share this information on an ongoing and frequent basis as we start collecting it, especially as we launch the new market and as additional entities join incrementally and gradually the EDAM. It'll be important to track all of these effects with each new entity and then report that out. And so one of the areas or one of the mechanisms we would use to report that out is EDAM operational reports. We've committed in our FERC filings to provide, as well as externally, but to provide operational reports, particularly during the first year of EDAM operations on a more frequent basis. And within those operational reports, we will be also identifying the effects of these constraints across the EDAM footprint and some of the data that we've noted there. Beyond that, we would also share this type of information during quarterly market planning and performance forums that are held every quarter by Guillermo's team that include a lot of other data on market performance. Today, we share a lot of data on EIM market performance in those meetings. This would be an element in the broader discussion of EDAM market performance. There will be a section on what we're seeing from a constraint and modeling and the effects of congestion across the footprint. If we go to the next slide, I do want to highlight as well the temporal aspect, and this is where, as I alluded to, we received a lot of comments. Some stakeholders suggested that we include a temporal aspect as we were thinking originally, but also there were different comments. Some comments suggested to include a potential sunset period to the evolutionary time frame, such that after a certain number of years, 3 years or another number, that there will be a reversal back to an approach by default, so that it creates the impetus for continuing to evolve the design and not just let the design effectively, I think as some have framed it, linger in perpetuity. Other stakeholders noted comments to maybe associate the temporal aspect with specific milestones, recognizing that maybe depending on the nature of the design, there may not be implementable right at the end of that period, but depending on the nature of the design, there may need to be more time for implementation. And so some suggested tie it back to a milestone. And what we sought to do on this aspect was tie it back to a specific milestone to provide market participants with some certainty by which we would have progressed with the stakeholder process. The idea is to start the stakeholder process even before the EDAM launches in May of 2026, but started, I would say, probably after the market simulation period and informed by any of the outputs from that as well, to launch or bring back together the working groups to continue to focus on any near-term or long-term enhancements. But under the proposal, what we are suggesting is a 3-year evolutionary period where during the first 1 to 2 years of EDAM operations, we would collect the data that we talked about in the previous slide and monitor those congestion effects across the market footprint of different modeled binding constraints, especially as new EDAM entities join the market. With each new entity, I think there may be different impacts and effects on congestion patterns, on the effects of constraints across the wider footprint, and we want to monitor that and understand how those impacts vary as new entities join, recognizing that each entity may have its own effect, but nevertheless have enough of experience with multiple entities joining and transitioning into the market and gather that data to inform further market evolution. I think we recognize we don't want to stay too long in that pattern, but be informed at least within these first 1 to 2 years of market operations, and then use that information to help further evolve the design. Effectively then, by the end of year 3 of EDAM operations and working through the stakeholder process that we will have launched early next year, by the end of year 3 at the latest, we would then present a long-term solution to the governing entity in place at the time for consideration. This will be conducted through a stakeholder process, iterative proposals that will have been established by that point in time after those stakeholder discussions, but we would look to have then a solution that we could present to the governing entity for consideration. This does not preclude any near-term enhancements, as I'll talk on the next slide. There may be incremental enhancements that we may want to consider prior to that year 3 while we're looking at the long-term design, but there may be some near-term enhancements that we want to consider informed by some of the market operational experience that we could implement potentially earlier and working in coordination with the EDAM entities who may potentially have to modify their oaths to implement any new incremental enhancements depending on what those are. And if we go just to the next slide, and I think we can pause for comment after this, we did want to acknowledge, and we put this also in the paper, but this 3-year evolutionary period, again, doesn't preclude consideration of any further enhancements to the design that we've put out today in the draft final proposal. We recognize that there's plenty of room to potentially continue to evolve that design, informed by any experiences in that first year of EDAM operations in particular, and we want to remain open to those stakeholder working groups to consider any enhancements that could be implemented that would address any issues that come out from that, from the implementation of the design, or anything that we may want to further enhance based upon the different incentives or impacts that may be created by this draft final proposal. There's a couple of areas that we wanted at least to highlight to give an example of what could be potentially considered, and one of them could be a consideration of allocation of parallel flow congestion revenues to the EDAM entity, not only based on balanced self-schedules exercising out rights, but there could be some potential consideration of the impacts and the merits of making that allocation also based on economically bid balanced source and sink schedules that are cleared by the market, such that if somebody is bidding at a source and a sink economically at locations that are associated with those firm owed transmission rights, there could be potentially a similar parallel flow congestion revenue allocation for those cleared balanced schedules from the market based on those economic bids. And that may provide additional opportunities to benefit from a provision of that congestion hedge and incent some additional economic bidding to the extent that self-scheduling is prevalent as a result of the draft final proposal design. There could also be consideration, as I think Susan Pope, the EIM, the Western Energy Markets governing body expert, noted in her presentations, I think as the Market Surveillance Committee alluded itself as well, but there could be some consideration potentially with some experience of flow entitlements between EDAM balancing areas for parallel flows associated with particular transmission constraints. I don't think we're in a place to establish those kinds of things right now prematurely without seeing what effects those constraints are, what are the binding constraints, and what's the basis for some of the parallel flow entitlements. But with some market operational experience, there could be some room to consider this type of an enhancement as well, to the extent that market participants want to go in that direction. All that to say is that near-term enhancements can be considered at any point after the EDAM launch, while we also in parallel look at the longer-term design and where we want to be informed by those, by that market operational data and experience that we gather right at the onset of EDAM. Let me pause here and get some questions or reactions to the evolutionary or the transitional nature of the design. Certainly any enhancements, anything else that you want to share in your comments could be considered as well. Any refinements to this for the final proposal, but certainly any questions or comments would be appreciated as well now.
Any questions or comments from the group? I think that section that Milos just covered, I think, hopefully addresses some of the questions we got earlier, like from Carrie and others, regarding the implementation and the ongoing evolution, to refine as we learn more. Any, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I guess where I want to follow up and probably comments more than questions, is,
Speak into the microphone.
okay, it's this transitional period. Edison's feeling is that, the approved methodology, the one, I guess it's the existing methodology, whatever we're calling it, that kind of creates the right incentives for the various transmission providers to potentially limit some of their sales of boat transmission if it's going to cause these parallel flows in other areas. And then that is kind of an important part of this, the whole mechanism is to do that. Since we don't, obviously the best thing would be to move to the situation like in every other, in the RTOs where there's everything's converted to CRRs and the whole thing is done in a simultaneous feasibility test, and but it's pretty clear we're not going there right now. So that was kind of why we were in favor of reverting back to give people that maybe have oat transmission and are bought it with the expectation that they were going to get a full hedge on it. They were going to be able to use it like that. Give them time to adjust and see what they wanted to do with it, but not, but make it pretty clear that it was going back to what we had originally said because of the incentive effects. And I have to say, when I look at what you have here, it's not giving me a warm fuzzy feeling. It's one of these things. Well, we'll agree to look at it, and we'll have some suggestions, and then we'll do it. And at the same time, you're doing I forget what the other one is, the assistance energy product. Assistance energy transfer, where we put that in place and we said, okay, it's only going to be for 3 years, and then we'll look at it again. And now it's 3 years on, and we're saying, oh well, we're just going to continue with this one because we can't deal with it. And to the extent that we keep pushing stuff down, pushing stuff further back, those incentives get to be an issue. I mean, I think the idea is we want people to move to using the market. We don't want it can have these continued oat sales. I don't know how. Maybe there's some other ways to limit that or something, but I think at the previous meeting I had raised the issue and was told it wasn't possible to do like the grandfather in existing ones. I want to raise the issue that since you're doing this, the contract reference numbers and all that kind of stuff, would that be a possibility to just kind of, so that we don't continue to have this problem further down the road?
Yeah, and that's a fair point, Steve, that I think you raised in your comments, and some of it came through as well. Our concern was creating a sunset period to revert back to the status quo, which obviously folks have concerns with. I think it was a concern for us to put that sunset period. That's why we try to go down the route of providing that confidence that we're going to work on this issue through that milestone, that we commit that by that end of year 3, there's going to be a solution or proposal in front of the governing entity to And I think that would indicate, that by that point in time, we will have had a lot of engagement on the issue, and it would move away from this perception that, whatever we come up with now is going to stay in perpetuity. But I think there was also a concern from at this onset, before the market launching, requiring that entities create a division or subdivision between contracts that are in place by the time they join EDAM versus transmission contracts that come in place afterwards. We thought that maybe is a little step too far at this onset without having that market operational experience to understand what effects is the market going to have on continued OAT transmission sales, and vice versa. What effects are OAT sales going to have on the market? And that we thought it premature to impose that kind of a requirement at the onset, but rather what we would note is let's continue to look at this, monitor during that first year. If we see that there are any issues as a result, I think we're open to any near-term enhancements that address some of the incentives, maybe incentive to self-schedule. Maybe there may be other incentives as well that we can look at, informed by their operational experience, but we're just hesitant to impose that requirement at the onset, to create that division and potential value between different types of contracts, pre and post EDAM participation.
Okay. I'm going to make a suggestion then. Can you commit or have the EDAM entities commit to providing, I mean, they may already provide it, but it would be helpful for the CAISO to get it, and, what they're selling, what they had as pre-existing OAT contracts, what they've sold as OAT contracts, after this change, for example, and after the market starts and stuff, so we can see how that's working.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can look into that. I think some of that information is probably going to be inherently available on their OASIS sites, but I think that's something that could be tracked. Yeah, we can look into that. Thank you, Steve.
All right, thanks, Steve. And maybe you can put those in comments, for this round of feedback. That would be great. Okay. All right, we're going to go to some online questions. Jeff, and just as a reminder, if you could just state your whole name and affiliation. Thank you.
Hi, this is
Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff Spire. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, can hear you now. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is Jeff Spires with PowerX. Thanks for the discussion today. I had two comments to make. First is just on the revised proposal itself. I'm looking forward to getting into the detailed examples a little bit more, but just based on an initial review, conceptually, it does seem to be a significant improvement over the previous iteration of the proposal. And it seems that in concept, this updated version of the proposal is consistent with what was set out in the approved EDAM final proposal from a couple of years ago, which stated that balanced self-schedules using firm OAT rights would receive a hedge against congestion. So I think adopting a design that's consistent with that policy is a positive step. But the second point I wanted to raise as it relates more specifically to this part of the discussion, and I mentioned this on the last call, is that from our perspective, long-term confidence in firm OAT rights receiving a hedge is essential for being able to make decisions about procuring transmission, entering into long-term contracts, as well as resource and transmission development, because these are all decisions that can take place and last for 5, 10, 15, 20 or more years. And so our ongoing concern is that labeling this proposal as transitional creates uncertainty about what that means for the future. And I think, that is something that perhaps others may be thinking about as well, even if they don't necessarily share our perspective. You know, the lack of clarity about the future, I think, is a significant challenge. And, you know, it does seem like there may not be agreement about what the long-term solution should look like. And in our view, that, you know, we need to have the discussion, and ultimately our view of what we would want to get to is a clear documentation as a permanent principle that regardless of how the design evolves, firm outrights will receive a hedge and won't be exposed to parallel flow congestion, so that there is certainty and confidence in what those outrights mean going forward. That does not preclude by any means evolving the design. I think it can and should evolve over time, but we still need to have confidence in the short term about that fundamental principle so that we have confidence in making long-term decisions going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the comments. And I hope you see that, I hope that you see this draft final proposal as a step in that direction of providing that confidence of a desire to provide a level of hedge for the exercise of vote rights. But I don't know that it's an absolute confidence that they get always 100% or a perfect hedge, as it's been taught. And I think you clarified your comments last time that you were not necessarily meaning a perfect hedge. But I think as we get into those long-term discussions, or long-term design discussions, I think we can establish, you know, that as consideration for one of the principles in a broader set of principles. I think the level of hedge that the exercise of vote rights may may vary with the different designs that we consider down the line. So it may not always be a perfect hedge, especially if you move to something akin to financial rights, some parallel flow entitlements, or other designs. But I think there's certainly a desire to provide a level of hedge for outrights. Question, I think, it may not be a perfect hedge as we look at different types of designs, but certainly appreciate your input, and we'll keep that in mind as we continue to evolve.
Thanks, Milos. And very quickly, I'll just mention that again, that I think we've tried to be clear that we recognize that a perfect hedge is not necessarily realistic, and it's not something that we're advocating for. What we are advocating for is what I would call a complete hedge, where the rights that you have from, you know, the POR to the POD, or the source to the sink of those rights, receives a hedge against all of the constraints that can create price separation between those two locations. So I think that's kind of the distinction that we've tried to make, but I appreciate that you've acknowledged that that's not what, you know, we have not been asking for a perfect hedge. We understand the distinction there, that derates and other reductions in the amount of money collected can mean that there isn't enough to, you know, provide a 100% volumetric hedge at all times. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff. And just want to say thanks for the acknowledgement of some significant improvements in this revision of the proposal. And also just want to reiterate that in terms of long-term solution, you know, we're committed to a full stakeholder process around that. So more to come, and we look forward to your engagement there. All right, so Anya, I can see your name right, and I'm sorry. Anuja? Sorry about that. Anuja. Anuja, you're still on mute.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm unmuted now, hopefully. Thanks.
We can hear you. Thanks.
So, my question is related to applying the allocation to economically bid schedules as a near-term enhancement. What is the reason for only applying this allocation to balanced sale schedules initially? And just wondering if you could spell out the potential issues of like implementing to economically bid schedules initially.
Yeah, I'll start, and then maybe James, I'll turn it over to you if you want to add anything. But you know, with economically bid schedules, there's some additional potential system enhancements that would have to be done on our end to associate those economic bids with registered OAT transmission rights. But I think beyond that, there's some questions on, you know, what are the parallels on, or what are the appropriate proxies on the ISO, on the CAISO balancing area system where we don't necessarily have OAT transmission rights. What's the appropriate proxy to associate these economically bid, cleared, balanced sourcing schedules? I think that's a big question. I think we would have to work through to evaluate if you provide that kind of a hedge on other systems with OAT rights. What is that proxy on the ISO system? And there may be different options of how do you get to that proxy, but just talking through that with market participants to establish that, and then the implementation aspects associated with that as well, depending on how you create that proxy. But I think that's the main one. In terms of self-schedules, the EDAM tariff already currently establishes that the exercise of OAT rights firm OAT rights is done through a self-schedule, balanced self-schedule source to sink, and so that is mechanics that we currently are working towards for implementation, so that makes it more palatable for implementation, and I think it's a bit more straightforward from a policy side. But on the economic side, I think there's still a few things that we may want to consider in those working groups once we see the data and get back together. But James, if you want to add anything.
It's James Lynn. I agree with Milos. Some of the concerns with the offering it to economic bidding is now you're also going to be changing how tours, ETCs also potentially are participating in the market. You want to make sure that you give the correct scheduling priority and treatment across all contracts, not just for OATs. And so we felt it was best at this time to put that in for future discussion, but at this time, because of the complexities with ETC tours as well as other implementation details, that it was best to hold that for future discussions.
Okay. Nuja, does that address your questions?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Great, thanks. All right, Abram, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. This is Abram with Appian Way Energy Partners, and I just wanted to kind of return to the discussion about how the parallel flow congestion is allocated, because the comment that George made earlier was somehow that the CRRs were a lower priority than network service of a non-CAISO BAA. And, you know, the California LSCs are allocated CRRs based on their network service associated with network resources to meet their load using the CAISO transmission network that the CAISO LSCs have funded. I don't see how this is different or not equivalent to network service OAT rights of non-CAISO BAAs. And so if there's an outage, why would California transmission rights have a lower priority? I would think that you would either need to reduce the OAT rights to account for that outage internal to California, which is not how the system works today. So there would need to be some tariff amendments there. Or when you do your the allocation of the congestion rents, which is essentially what is happening here with the OAT rights, you would want to treat these network service rights equivalently, so that if there is a transmission outage and a derate to the transmission network, that comparable rights are treated equally when allocating the congestion rents. It would be very easy in your example slide 17 to basically say that, look, if the network service rights in California are equivalent to the network service rights in non-CAISO BAAs, and especially given how California does its congestion rent allocation, you could have a case where there's congestion on something like Path 15, and it's more than 100% because of the rights allocated elsewhere. It depends on what the OAT rights were. It could be a different example, but it could be that CAISO members are getting not just zero, congestion rents associated with their transmission network, but negative congestion rents and having to pay externally. So I would recommend, and we'll put these in our comments, that CAISO consider treating these equivalent network service rights the same. It's a significant harm to California LSEs to basically make whole external entities' rights when there's a transmission outage on California's system.
This is George Angelevis with the ESO. So there's a fundamental difference between the OAT rights and the CRRs, even for network service customers. The CRRs for the LSCs are a product of nomination. However, there is a big difference with the OAT rights in the fact that the ISO performs a simultaneous feasibility test for the CRRs. So the outcome of the CRRs that are held by the LSCs is a feasible set of rights. The OAT rights, unless they have a specific SFT process that is administered by the entity, there is no comparability there. And you mentioned priority, and of course, you didn't mean scheduling priority, since the CRRs are economic financial instruments. They don't.
We're talking about the allocation of congestion rents here. Basically, you're talking about where the dollars go. I understand that there's a physical system that's overlaying with the congestion rents, and you're figuring out, this whole proposal is about figuring out where the dollars go, and just not clear why.
I understand. Yeah, there's a similarity and a difference. So the similarity of the allocation of congestion revenue to CRRs is the fact that what you allocate is congestion revenue after you provide the heads to ETCs and TORs in the ISO balancing authority area. So the same thing here, any congestion revenue collected after you pay off OAT rights, to the extent that you can use that to pay off CRRs. So there is a similarity there. The fundamental difference, as I mentioned previously, is the fact that the CRRs are a feasible set, for the most part, of transmission rights because of the simultaneous feasibility test that the ISO performs, whereas there's no
I understand
process for the OAT rights.
Right. So the simultaneous feasibility test is usually what will happen when there's not a transmission outage. And so my question is, why are the California network service rights, because that is how California allocates network service rights to its LSEs, its transmission customers. And when there's a transmission outage, there's just not going to be enough congestion rents to make everybody whole. And so what you're saying, George, with this proposal is that if you have OAT rights based on network service in a non-CAISO area, you're going to fund those 100%, and anything left over will go to California LSEs via the CRRs.
Yes, and this is exactly the same process that we do for ETCs and TORs However, it comes down again to the same principle that the ISO financial instruments and scheduling rights for transmission ownership rights and existing transmission contracts is a feasible set for the most part because of the simultaneous feasibility test, whereas the OAT rights, we don't have a specific process that does that, so it's up to the entity that will define these rights. These are input to the market operator. We don't have any process in the design or in the tariff to make sure that they're feasible. So it's up to the entity to apply their own mechanism and protocols and their own tariff provisions, if they have any to that effect, to make sure that they define a feasible set of rights. Otherwise, as you mentioned, if there are outages and derates that affect these rights and the rights are not conforming to those outages, which is again information that comes to the market operator from the entity, then you may have a situation where you pay fully those rights and other customers on the grid may be, how to say it, adjust their schedules and the CRR payments to accommodate that.
Yes, and California has had a problem with on many constraints, significant underfunding. And so, the concern is that this will make that problem worse with California LSEs essentially allowing external EDAM members to use their transmission network, without essentially paying congestion or a share of it. It should work fine when the whole transmission network is available. But when there's an outage, I think that California should go back to the drawing board and consider the priority of kind of network service here, because the CRRs that are allocated to LSEs in California are based on network service and based on California's investment in paying for the transmission grid, just as those OAT rights of external entities are based on the same thing. And, I think you have a problematic proposal here if you're not treating equivalent rights comparably.
So, Abram, I hear you, that the part that I see that needs to be bridged here is when you're discussing for load customers, LSE customers in the ISO receiving allocations of CRR, it's based upon their transmission rights, and it's the congestion that is being paid back to them is based upon the market usage of overall transmission, where the EDAM BAAs, where the NITS customer isn't doing the determination of what their total rights are. It is actually going to be if they have established a contract reference number and exactly what was scheduled to fund that right. So,
in fact, they're going to see the prices.
Similar to how CR1B is applied with CRRs. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Abram. Next is Dan Williams.
Thanks, Dan Williams from the Energy Authority. So I just wanted to kind of pick a little bit on that OAT comparison, because I feel like when we're talking through all this, we tend to default to talking about it from the perspective of long-term firm point-to-point OAT users and sort of the comparability there. But when we think about NT users in EDAM, they're going to be paying for their NT service on some form of either like a 1CP or 12CP type billing, where their transmission charges are related to their max use of the system. And yet, even if they were to self-schedule all of their resources to load all of the time, they would be only getting just a proportion related to their use in a specific hour. And I think that's a really big issue that hasn't really been part of the conversation here. Even setting aside what I said earlier about maybe some things in tax business practices that still need to be looked at, just even under the best scenario, it feels like NT customers, load serving entities are really getting the shortest end of the stick, both with this proposal and with the kind of inner BA allocation overall. And I just wanted to bring that up relative to kind of what Avram was talking through. And for me, that's just, when I'm sort of looking at the potential here for near-term enhancements, makes me wonder kind of what is the driver for feeling like we can only consider solutions that can get scoped and put in front of the board in the next, 4 weeks here. If there are things on this list that could be looked at that an additional 3 to 6 months could bear out either a more certain long-term solution or maybe a better compromise on a short-term solution, it feels like when we have tens of millions of dollars at least, or probably more likely hundreds of millions in direct and indirect impacts coming out of this policy, that it's worth taking that time. And not to say that I'm 100% certain on this right now, but it almost feels like having the current proposal in place for the first 6 months of EDAM would be less harmful than putting in a rush proposal and having to live with it for the first 3 years of EDAM. If taking more time to do near-term enhancements meant that we would have to live with sort of the current world for the first 6 months of EDAM go live.
No, thank you, Dan, for that comment. And we certainly, if you've got any suggestions you want to put out within your next round of comments, I think what we're trying to indicate here is a desire to look at near-term enhancements and not wait 3 years for an enhancement. You know, we noted there's an opportunity to continue to evolve this even before the 3-year period as we learn some of the information, as we continue to engage on this effort. So don't want you to leave with the impression that there's going to be an enhancement after 3 years. There could be things we can do within year one of EDAM as we learn how the current design is going to work, the effects of it, and the results from some of the monitoring that we'll do. So there will be an opportunity to continue to evolve this while we also consider a long-term design. And I encourage you to continue to stay engaged as we come back together. And if you have any more concrete approaches outside of removing transmission rights from the market, I think we're certainly open to looking at that. And I encourage you to put some of those for consideration in those near-term enhancements as part of your next round of comments.
Thanks, Milos. And maybe when we get to the examples that are upcoming, when we can have some opportunity to talk through the impact for network transmission customers and sort of how their investment in the transmission system is in some way being tied to their allocation under this. And I think that needs to break down into some pretty clear examples on how NT customers would even be expected to self-schedule for resources and loads within just the internal system of a EDAM BA.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. We can go through that, or maybe when we get to the examples, come back and let's assume that some of those entities are NITS customers with designated network resources that they're either economically bidding or self-scheduling, and the allocations that they get both through that, through the different OAT mechanisms and the 2 tiers in the OAT based on what the market operator allocates to them. But yeah, let's come back to that once we get to the examples.
All right. Thanks, Dan. I'll just also emphasize that, similarly in other initiatives, as we learn things, we have taken on initiatives, taken on enhancements. So certainly if there are things that surface, prior to the 3 years, we are definitely committed to analyzing that and potentially resolving, any pending issue. All right. I don't think there's any other comments or questions. I think we can keep going. I think next examples.
There's one more slide, and I think we've kind of talked a little bit through some of this throughout the different comments, but I'll turn it over to James Lynn to talk through some of the effects on congestion revenue rights within the CAISO balancing area where we have those as a result of this final proposal, draft final proposal.
Hello, everybody. It's James. So I'm going to start talking a little bit. There was several comments requesting for more details on how this proposal has impacts on congestion revenue rights and how they're going to be funded. As we all know, congestion revenue rights are a financial hedging instrument within the ISO balancing authority area. You get for load or LSCs, you get some allocations, and you have an auction as well. If you are awarded CRRs, I'm going to walk through how it works today and how it's going to work as part of this proposal. One of the things I want you to take into consideration is that the EDAM EAA's participation in the day-ahead market will actually increase the visibility of congestion impacts or effects on both the ISO system as well as their own balancing authority area. I think we kind of got into some of those discussions when it comes to outages and other congestion management needs. Now, today in the ISO, the day-ahead market, the ISO is the only balancing authority area that's participating. You will get, if you were given a CRR, the CRR is then going to be considered against the congestion collected from schedules along that same source sink path. The difference is with CR1B is we're not doing the funding of the CRR at the nodal level. What we do is go down to the constraint level. So for every constraint that has an effectiveness on that CRR, we will look to see how much congestion was collected at that constraint for energy. In the future, it'll be also included imbalance reserve. And then the congestion collected for those two products are then going to be used to fund the CRRs. Once we figure out how much is funding, or you'll see the notional value, we'll see whether or not there is a shortfall or a surplus, we will pay the CRR the appropriate value. Now, that will come over and go into the CRR balancing account. Now, what's used to offset that payment is going to be the overall congestion collected within the ISO balancing authority area. That'll be for ancillary services, imbalance reserve, and energy. So all of that congestion collection will go into the CRR balancing account and offset what we've paid out to CRRs. That's what happens today. So if there's any shortfall or surplus, that shortfall or surplus is then allocated to measure demand. When we go to EDAM, that same process is continuing. CR1B is going to look at the CR holders and now is going to look at the effectiveness of that CRR on all constraints across the EDAM footprint, and will take into consideration ISO scheduled revenue, congestion revenue across all of those constraints. That is the dollar values based upon energy and imbalance reserve that is going to be used to determine how much money is there to fund the CRR at each constraint level. And then we'll follow the same process as we did before. We'll determine whether there's a shortfall or surplus, pay the CRR holder the appropriate amount, and then we will offset it by all of the congestion collected associated with the ISO balancing authority area. That would be the congestion associated with constraints for energy in the ISO, constraints modeled in the ISO balancing authority area, and the overall energy that has been dispatched or scheduled to, that has effectiveness on that constraint. Same with imbalance reserve, and then ancillary services. All that will go into the CR balancing account, and that money will be used to offset what we paid CR holders. Now, in all of those conditions, the first thing we do in determining when the amount of money that goes to fund the CR holders, as well as the amount of money that goes into offset what we're paying CR holders, is those schedules associated with ETC tours. they get a hedge for all of their schedules. So we will not be using their schedules to determine congestion revenue at each constraint level. We do not use that congestion collected from them to fund the CRR balancing accounts to offset the payments. So we have, in essence, we have backed out that congestion and settled it separately with the TOR ETC holders. With the draft final proposal, the only difference is that that same type of concept is going to be applied to EDAM balancing authority areas, but none of that congestion was coming into our balancing account anyways. So ultimately, this draft final proposal doesn't introduce any changes to the CRRs. They are going to still be funded and paid in the same way as they do today through the CRR 1B settlement, and then the CRR offsetting of the congestion that goes to pay or fund the payments to the CRR holders. The only potential difference is the parallel flow of schedules outside that could have come back to fund that for energy. That portion might be pulled out, but the CRR holders are paid in the same way as they do with the EDAM proposal, as well as what they do with the ISO today. And I'll open up for any questions.
All right, any questions for James on this particular topic? Looks like online, Doug.
It's Doug Boccignone for the Bay Area Municipal Transmission Group. Thanks for the presentation today. And also, James, thanks for clarifying that the ETCs and TORs are going to be sort of treated and funded in the same manner they are today. That's helpful. In terms of the CRRs, I think there is a slight difference from what happens today. I mean, I think you're right that the parallel flows from the external systems that aren't modeled in the day-ahead market, don't impact the CRRs. Those that are modeled in the day-ahead market, based on assumptions that the operators make, have an impact on the CRRs. But I think the change is going to be that with EDAM, it's not just the operators guessing about the parallel flows. At least from the EDAM footprint resources, they're going to know what they are. So they'll be sort of directly incorporated into the congestion that the market sees. And I do think, and it's not for this initiative, I think it's more for CRR enhancements. We do need to think about the implications for what assumptions should be made in the allocation and auction processes to better reflect EDAM footprint parallel flows that we might be seeing. And I think that's going to be a complicated process to think through.
Yeah, Doug, I think that's fair. I think both of your statements are accurate in the sense of, yes, the solving of the day-ahead market, including the EDAM balancing authority area, we are going to have potentially different schedules or dispatch than we would have had if it was just the ISO balancing authority area. We are therefore then also getting better accounting for parallel flow congestion of other balancing authority areas' contribution to the ISO schedules as well as CRRs. Now, in relationship to the auction and nominations, I think you're suggesting that the CRR model also takes into consideration potential implications of EDAM balancing authority areas, so you can better account for parallel flow in that model. And I think you are correct that that is going to be a long and extensive process, especially if you're not at the time offering CRRs in that other balancing authority area. It's how do you balance the idea of understanding what the parallel flows are versus doing an overall assessment and doing an overall, I'm going to call it a global CRR type of product.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what's challenging is that, and it's not just the EDAM entity parallel flows, because we'll also have parallel flows from non-EDAM entities like we do today. So thinking through all those, I think, is going to be an interesting process. But I'm just thinking about some of the things Abram said earlier. I mean, if we don't account for those, I think the impact is that we'll end up allocating and auctioning too much of the system. And I think that's addressed at some level by having global derate factors today, but it seems like we should be able to do better than that. And some of these issues have been discussed in CR enhancements, and I hope we continue to discuss them and come up with some solutions.
And I think that's the appropriate place to have that discussion right now is the CR enhancements, because now you are potentially modifying the model for CRRs, and that will then have an interplay with this initiative in the long run. But yeah, I think that's the appropriate place to have that discussion.
Yeah, and just one last point. My understanding is that the full network model that's used for the CRRs does sort of model the external systems, but of course the only sources and sinks that are modeled routinely are the nominations and bids, but there is a capability to model injections and withdrawals, outside of the ISO BAA. So I think there's a mechanism to address this, just not a good process.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, the CR model does use the same full network model that the day-ahead market is. The difference is going to be changes between the time you run the CR model and the day-ahead. Where we're going to get into more discussions probably in that CR initiative is, as you put it, is how do you more accurately account for schedules external, whether it's an EDMBA or a WMBA, so that you can better model the parallel flows. And I think that's why I think that's the appropriate place to have that discussion.
Thanks.
Thanks, Doug. All right, Rahul, you're next.
Just a quick sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Rahul from AES. So thanks for providing this context. So I'm going to rephrase what you said and let me know if I'm on the right path. When I looked at the proposal this morning or was going through the presentation, the key takeaway for me was if you allocate the congestion back to, say, a BA outside of CAISO, you are essentially going to undercollect congestion on the constraint and hence would impact CRR revenue adequacy. But what you clarified in last 10 or 15 minutes on this slide is the treatment is same as an ETC and TOR. Essentially, after EDAM, the revenue was going to be collected from resources outside the BA, which if you compare it to today, that revenue is missing. But with EDAM, there would be that collection. But with implementing this transitional process, it's essentially rescinded back to that BA. So the issue of CRR insolvency is not going to get worse based on this proposal. Am I reading it right?
Yes, I'm going to speculate here, and please don't hold it against me, but I do expect that with the introduction of imbalance reserve and the introduction of EDAM balancing authority areas, there probably is going to be more revenues available to fund CRRs, and you are correct that this proposal is treating OAT schedules in a similar manner as TOR ETCs. The only difference is who is giving them the congestion hedge. For ETCs, the market operator is going to do it. For this, we are giving the money to the EDAM entity so the EDAM entity can apply the hedge.
So can I make a request, and, depending on the complicacy, you can, figure out whether to implement it or not, and I can include this in comments. This is something that can be done with controlled simulation to show the tentative outcomes, with what is currently proposed, with what CAISO is now proposing, and do a controlled experiment to show, what the outcome would be. If that's already done in some presentation, would be happy to follow that, but I think that would go a long way to really understand, where we are going to land from what was already proposed.
So we don't have, in settlements right now, I don't have the configuration set up to do this simulation. If I'm able to get the configuration done in time, we can actually do this during market simulation or even parallel. However, I can commit to being able to look at, if I don't have it done in time, to be able to identify the congestion that would have moved over as part of this proposal and make adjustments to say this is what CRR revenue would have been used to fund the CRR payments. So that is a possibility.
Thanks, Jim.
All right. Thanks, Raul. Steve in the room, and then we'll go back online here in a minute.
Steve Keen from Edison. Listening to the discussion and looking at what's up on there, it seems that once we move into the CDAM world, the CAISO, when it figures out what it can offer for CRRs on its system, it does, I think it would be through the simultaneous feasibility test, it will start considering constraints in neighboring EDAM balancing areas. That's what I see up on the screen. My concern is I'm not sure that, then it would seem to me that same type of constraint like that, considering the other EDAM balancing areas, should also be applied in those other EDAM balancing areas when they're determining what they can sell through their own transmission sales. And this is, I think, why we were so concerned about making, trying to make the transition be a true transition and then go back to the other. So there wasn't this incentive to potentially oversell your OAT transmission if it's going to cause parallel flow congestion in other parts of EDAM. I realize, and this is why we talked about grandfathering, because for the existing existing contracts, okay, that's kind of done and you can't do anything. But moving forward, as they're selling more, to do the same sort of thing. And one of the things that struck me was when I read PowerX's comments, and they were saying that, they thought the O transmission gave them the right to make, to have that parallel flow congestion in other EDAM balancing authority areas. That just struck me as kind of, I'm not sure, I hadn't thought of it that way, and I'm not sure that I still do, but it, if those other EDAM balancing areas are still going to be able to sell OAT transmission that gives the right for the holder to cause parallel flow congestion within the CAISO, then, for the CAISO to be taking account of that when it's determining what CRRs we can give out, and to be limiting the CRRs that are given out because, if it's going to cause parallel flow in other EDAM balancing areas, it doesn't seem fair. And I mean, this is, I think, and again, this is why we were thinking that, we need to move to some kind of a better solution quickly, or at least go back to what we have now so that that incentive isn't there, so that it moves to a more, I don't know, into some kind of a, but and I'm not sure that it, and I'm not sure it's these other BAAs that what, when they determine how much oat they can sell, because I'm not familiar enough with that oat process to know whether they determine what they can sell or whether it's based on what entities come in and ask them to sell.
Well, Steve, you have a point, but I don't think it's relevant because I don't think any of us mentioned that in the CRR allocation or auction mechanism will make sure we'll enforce external constraints. We cannot do that because...
But that's what it says up on the screen.
No, what it says is external constraints, ISO schedules on external constraints. CRR already awarded CRRs. Effectiveness on external constraints is what's going to determine what's funding the CRR.
Right, the funding. But when you award or nominate the CRRs, only internal constraints can be considered in that SFT because the external resources, they're fixed. They're not controlled. So you cannot effectively do congestion management on the external system because you don't have controls. So there's not going to be, it's impossible to have CRRs with an SFT that actually makes sure that the CRRs are not causing constraint violations in the external system unless you have a global CRR mechanism for all BAAs in EDAM, that then you can do that because now you have controls to manage all congestion everywhere. But if the CRRs are limited for the ISO balancing authority area, you can only consider constraints in the ISO balancing authority area in the SFT for those CRRs. So they go hand in hand. So I don't think the effect of the parallel flow for CRRs is in the picture here. What is in there, as James mentioned, it's after the CRRs are determined through the CRR allocation and auction process. Now, in the congestion revenue funding for the CRRs, all constraints in EDAM will have a funding process for them.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, and also I just want to add, and I think that's where Doug was getting into some of that discussion about the CRR initiative, as whether or not something to be taken into consideration to look at external constraints. And I think that is the appropriate place to have that discussion, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. Let me jump over to Kathy because I think Kathy may have some feedback or comment on the OAT concept. So Kathy, and then I'll go to Seth. Kathy, you're on mute.
Okay, there we are. Thanks. Sorry, I wasn't unmuted by I wasn't quite unmuted by everyone yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to set up, just as somebody who does sell transmission, I just kind of want to clear something, at least from Idaho Power's perspective. I don't unlimitedly sell my system. I sell it up to a limit that has been determined by system limitations within equipment and other things, including sometimes limits on other people's systems. So I think I mentioned this in the last meeting. Idaho Power itself actually limits how much I will sell on firm basis across what I call Path 14, which is a major west to east path, because of unscheduled or parallel flow from the COI. And so I don't sell up to what I could sell firm because of the limits and then impacts from another person's path. So I think that there's this misconception that we're out there just selling up however much we want, and whoever asks for it will sell it firm. There's a finite amount of firm transmission. And in fact, I would probably say transmission customers have told you we've probably reached the limit in the system in the West of long-term firm without new builds. And so I don't think that we continue to sell our system. Number one, I have to continue to sell what I have. I'm required under FERC. And number two, I'm not it's not unlimited. So I don't want people to think that it's out there unlimited. So just kind of setting that record straight.
Thanks, Kathy. Appreciate that. All right, Seth?
Seth with VTOL. Yeah, Seth with VTOL. So I have a clarifying question about the final draft proposal. My view is that the final draft proposal in and of itself would not cause CR shortfall in the CAISO BAA because those LMPs that the transmission right were exposed to are not generating collection rents in CAISO in the first instance. So in other words, you shouldn't find yourself in a situation of not enough CRRs to fund the CRRs due to that proposal in and of itself. Is that your view as well?
For the most part, yes. I expect that the congestion that's going to be used to fund CRR there's going to be more congestion. So I know there's been discussions about CRRs having shortfalls now, so I would expect those shortfalls to be reduced. I won't say they will completely go away, but I definitely would expect them to reduce.
Well, I guess my point is that without the final draft proposal, the way things are worked right now, it actually would have a tendency to produce surplus funds in the CAISO. And you can find yourself in like an overfunded situation. But the final draft proposal is actually putting the congestion rents to the schedulers that have sensitivity to those LMP points on their transmission rights, and that component, that amount of the congestion that is from those LMP points in the external BAs rightfully belong there, and that's not going to cause CR underfunding in a vacuum if you just look at that in and of itself.
Agreed.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
All right, I think we've covered all the questions, comments, last call. All right, we're going to take a 12-minute break, come back at 2:30, quick refreshment and restroom break if needed. See you back here at 2:30. For those online, we'll resume here at 2:30. Thank you. All right, we'll start back here in 2 minutes. I'll give a 2-minute warning. All right, I think we're ready to get started again. So good discussion so far. So thanks for everybody's questions, comments, feedback. We appreciate the active engagement. So now we're going to switch gears and we're going to get into those comparative examples that we've referenced throughout the day. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to James to start walking through the first example.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome back to settlements here. So in order to do a better job of comparing all of the changes, we decided to stick with the 4BA example, and then we published out an addendum example that is more based on a network model that we've kind of built so that it has more interactions with constraints and setting transfer revenue and so on. We'll talk about that one if we can, but let's walk through the two examples of 4 BAAs, one with prevailing flow, one with a counter flow. Each BAA, as I said last time, we passed their RC, they had enough supply bid in to meet the demand. The BAA transfer constraints are not binding, so there is no transfer revenue. That means that the marginal energy cost is going to be the same across the entire footprint. We do have a single constraint in BAA that's binding. It's binding from a south to north direction. The shadow price in that constraint has impacts all the way across the footprint. In the prevailing flow, the energy dispatch from generation to meet the overall demand is flowing south to north, so it's going in the prevailing direction. But we also have created this counterflow example that has energy in a middle BAA, which is BAC, that is supplying both in the prevailing direction for BAD, but also in a counterflow direction to serve BAB. Now, in the counterflow example, I know we'll have some discussion about the pricing. And Steve, I do recognize here that I should have changed BAD's price from $19 to $20 or $21 based on the fact that is BAC that is solving the congestion. It was a mistake on my part, and I hope we can discuss this without getting too much detail there. Now, if we go to the next slide. Here's the setup for, and we've seen this before, of the prevailing flow. We have the generation being dispatched across the market. BAA, we have a binding constraint. The generation in BAA is serving the load in BAA, but I have generation in BAB that's being dispatched that'll serve load in BAC and BAD. Now, there's a table here that goes through all the settlement. Last time we went line by line through settlement. We're going to skip that this time. We'll go to the next slide. I did a little summary on congestion revenue, where it's collecting, and then the next slide will be how we're distributing it. In the collection, as I said, there's a single constraint binding in BAA. I have 4,000 megawatts of generation in BAA in the south that is serving 4,000 megawatts in the north. This is generating $124,000 of net congestion revenue. I have 200 megawatts of generation in BAB that is scheduled to serve 200 megawatts of load in BAC. This generates $6,000 of net congestion revenue. Of that, there's also a 100 megawatt OAT transaction that is being self-scheduled from the generator to serve that load. That means there's a CRN defined for the generator to the transfer point, and then from the transfer point to the load. This flow of energy from the generator to the load is generate $3,000 of congestion revenue. This is the congestion revenue that is going to be impacted by the draft final proposal. The other 200 megawatts of generation in BAB that has been scheduled is serving load in BAD. The price differential means I'm collecting $5,800 worth of net congestion revenue. Now, we go to the next slide. What that means is across the EDAM footprint, we've collected $135,800 of congestion revenue. Now it's going to be determined how do we distribute that. Under the current EDAM tariff design, that $135,800 would go all the way to BAA. This is the BAA where the constraint's binding, and so under the current EDAM design, all of that congestion revenue would go to there. In the transitional design, it's going to be broken up. I'm going to have $3,800 in BAD. I'm going to have $4,000 in BAC, $4,000 in BAB, and then the $124,000 in BAA. That's because you are collecting it. If we want to go back to, let's see what the dollars are. Go back to. Okay. So in this diagram, where we see the tables where the highlighted bolded values, under that traditional measure that we did to the issue paper, each of these BAs would have this portion of the congestion revenue distributed to it. So of the 135,800, I'd have 124,000 in BAA, 4,000 BAB, 4,000 BAC, 3,800 BAD. Now that's, and so that we've moved off of that. And that was going too far because we're giving all of the congestion back to the BA where it materialized. So under the revised transitional approach, we're looking at the OAT. This is going to be the 100 megawatts that has been self-scheduled from BAB to serve load in BAC. This will have a CRN, or it could be, CRN could be up to 200, 300 megawatts. They're only exercising 100 megawatts of self-scheduling. Okay, so what that translates to, and if we go back down 2 slides, Okay. So what it translates to is that BAB is going to get $1,000 of congestion revenue distributed to it. That represents the 100 megawatts of vote schedule times the negative $10 marginal cost congestion price. BAC will get $2,000 because that'll represent the $20 of marginal cost congestion price times the 100 megawatts that was self-scheduled for OAT. The rest, which is the 132,800, that balance is going over to the balancing authority where the constraint is binding, and that's so BAA. So we are retaining the concept of the original EDAM proposal, saying if I'm not exercising my rights, that congestion revenue goes back to the BA where the constraint is modeled. However, if you are exercising your rights, then we will calculate the amount of congestion hedge associated with that OAT schedule and provide it to the entity for them to give the hedge to their customers. This same mechanism applies to ETC TORs, except the ISO will give it to the customers directly. Now, I'm going to open this up for quick questions on the prevailing flow. I went real quickly. Oh, sorry. One more slide. The comparative slide. So as you see, I just described basically how it was set up. So in the congestion offset for BAA, the original design would have 135,800 going to BAA, nothing to BAB, BAC, BAD. In the transitional measure, as we described before, there was a distribution, 124,000 BAA, 4,000 BAB, 4,000 BAC, 3,800 BAD. Under the new design, the revised design, 132,800 goes to BAA. We have 1,000, which is associated with the OAT, will go to BAB for distribution, and then BAC will get $2,000 for distribution. BAD gets nothing because they didn't have any OAT schedule. Now I'll open up for questions.
Any questions for James on this example?
Okay.
Nope.
Now the
Steve?
one that gave
Okay.
everybody a little
Steve?
heartburn. Let's see. Okay.
One question, the OAT transmission that you're talking about here is actually not within either of the two BAAs. It's transferred between the two BAAs, correct?
It's within and between. So they have a generator, they have rights to get to the transfer point. And then it could be, these could be two separate CRNs that could have a bilateral agreement, or it could be the same CRN. So I have one contract that says I've got the rights to get from the generator to the transfer point. And then I have another contract that says, as a load customer, that I have the right to get it from the transfer point to my load.
Okay.
So I'm going to give them the congestion reversal for those two legs.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm not seeing any other, oh, we do have one popped up. Jeff, go ahead.
Thanks, James. This is Jeff Spires of PowerX. I was just going to follow on to the previous question, and I think you answered it partly, but I just wanted to clarify. So under the assumption that the OAT delivery from BA, B to C is two different transmission providers, one that's providing the service exporting, from the generator to the export of the first BA, and then the other is providing service from the import to the load. Does that mean that from the customer's point of view, they have basically four settlements? Like there's a a balanced schedule where there's an injection at the generator location and a withdrawal at the export. And that's the first segment. And then there's the second segment that's the import into the next BA and a withdrawal at the load location. And those could be the same contract or two different contracts, but there's kind of four different settlements associated with the two segments of transmission.
Not necessarily. So there's going to be two binding settlements and two financial accounting settlements. So for the binding, it's going to be a generator and the load, because you guys, the agreement is to get the generation to the load. At the transfer location, we're not going to have a financially settlement of the transfer, but I am going to account for it from a congestion perspective and energy perspective offsets. But I am going to take into consideration the congestion exposure, because since the transfers are settling pretty much at the marginal energy cost, then the cost for that supply, once we provide that, once the hedge is provided, is going to be marginal energy to marginal energy. So there isn't the generator is basically getting paid for the marginal energy cost. And then the load is going to be settled for the marginal energy cost.
Okay, I think where I'm maybe not as clear then is on how, if you've got two different BAs that are each providing transmission service, and the requirement is for the schedules to be balanced, how does that look? You know, how would the,
okay,
do you know what I'm saying? How would the transmission in BAB be balanced if it's only settled on the gen and not at the tie location?
Okay, because in order for the execution of the transfer, the transmission customer would also have to have rights at the transfer associated with the CRN. So if they are scheduling their rights, they'll schedule the rights from the generator to the transfer point. And then if it's the same transmission customer, he'll schedule the mirror to the load. When settlements will settle it, the binding settlement will be on the generation and the load. But I have the association from the transmission customer, from the generator to the export transfer. That tells me that BA's balanced quantity. And then I will apply the hedge to it. And then when the mirror transfer resource, will also have a CRN. That's going to be the same CRN as the load. So now I'm able to balance the CRNs between the import transfer to the load, and they will get the congestion revenue hedge for that.
Okay, I think I was following along partly with that, but it might be useful to down the road have an example that is more tailored to the settlement of the customer rather than just the BAs, just to help clarify what that looks like, especially because there's a little bit of complexity there with the mirrors and things like that. And I think it'd be useful to understand that a little bit better.
So if we look through the table and the prevailing flow, you'll see that I have transfer going from TBC, that is defined as out, and then the transfer BC in the BAC section, that is out scheduled transfers. So that says I have a generator going to the transfer point, and then from the transfer point to the load. I'll point that out on the counterflow example so that it's clear.
Okay, thanks, James.
Okay, I think that's a good.
George is clarifying something for me. So Jeff, the way he's seeing it is 4 settlements is you settle the generator, you settle the load at the LMP, you refund the generator, refund the load for the congestion. I see them as together, so that's a visualization difference.
All right, Steve, did you have a question? Okay. All right, so I think we can switch gears to the next example then.
All right, so I'll walk a little slower through the counterflow. And so if we go to the next slide. So in the counterflow example, all right, I have still the same 4 BAs, same constraints binding. The difference is that the BAC has generation that's cheaper than BAB and BAD, and it's being dispatched to serve load. I'm still maintaining that BAB has a transmission customer that is self-scheduling its OAT rights to get from the generator to the transfer point, and that is corresponding to either his own or another contract that is going from the transfer point to the load. So what that looks like and where you can see it is as we're looking at the table, you see generation, then you'll see load, and if you look at BAB, you'll see generation OAT. That is the cost of the generator for self-scheduling its 100 megawatts. The LMP is $1,000 because it was $20. The congestion was -10. So the marginal energy cost was $2,000. The congestion was a payment or a charge of $1,000. Sorry. The transfer is TBC with the parentheses as OAT. That means they scheduled at the transfer, they submitted a self-schedule exporting out 100 megawatts from BAB. That cost is $2,000. That is just the marginal energy cost because the transfers are not going to reflect any physical congestion. In BAC, I have load that's being served. That load is being charged $4,000. Of that is what was $2,000 of congestion. But if you look farther down, there's also that mirror transfer resource that says $2,000 was paid to the import transfer or accounted for the import transfer as the marginal energy cost. This OAT transaction is identified to me by using the same contract reference number. So now I can see that I have energy that is coming from a generator that is going to the transfer location in BAB, and I need to now look at the congestion difference between those two transactions. In this case, for BAB, it's $1,000. For BAC, I have load that's being served. It got charged $2,000. The supply side for BAC is the transfer import. It was paid at $2,000, but it had no congestion. So now when I look at the balanced schedule, still 100 megawatts, it's $2,000 that I now have to take in consideration for our current draft final proposal. So I'm going to go through in more detail, like a summary of what the congestion is on the next slide. As I said, it's a single constraint in BAA that causes physical congestion across the footprint. Same as the prevailing flow for BAA, I still have 4,000 megawatts of generation in the south that is serving 4,000 megawatts in the north. It's still generating $124,000 of congestion revenue. In BAB, I have 100 megawatts of OAT generation that is serving 100 megawatts of load in BAC. That's generating $3,000 of congestion revenue. Yep. Sorry, I had to look at that real quickly. For BAC, I have an additional 600 megawatts that is scheduled to meet load in BAB. You know, from a transfer perspective, it's a net 500, but that 600 is counterflowing against the 100 megawatt of OAT cell schedule. That generates $18,000 of net congestion rent. And then for BAC that is going to BAD, because I didn't adjust the pricing, I'm having 200 megawatts of generation serving 200 megawatts of load. It generated $1 per megawatt of congestion rent, so $200 of congestion rent overall. Now we go to the next slide. That nets out to $108,800 of net collected congestion revenue. So now how are we going to distribute it? Under the current distribution, it goes to the BA where the constraint is modeled. Under the original transitional approach, we put it to the BA where the congestion materialized. For the revised, we're putting the OAT congestion back to the BAs where the OAT congestion materialized. And the remaining will go to the BA where the constraint is modeled. Now, if we go to the next slide, it actually shows you where the dollars went. So in the original EDAM design, we have $108,800 that is overall congestion revenue collected. It's being paid to BAA. Under the transitional approach as part of the issue paper, as we said before, we were looking for the congestion where it materialized. So in this case, I had $124,000 that went to payment to BAA. Since my generation was dispatched more than my load, there was $5,000 of congestion rents that had to be collected in order to make that BAA balance. So it was $5,000 charged to BAB. The BAC, there was $14,000 that was going to have to be collected from that BAA to account for the overall generation dispatched. And BAD, I collected $3,800. Under the refined approach, what we have done is we looked at the BAA where the OATS transactions are balanced, as we talked about before. So it's $1,000 for BAB. I have $2,000 for BAC. Now, what that means is I've reduced the amount of money in BAA from $108,800 to $105,800 because the OAT transition customer exercised its OAT rights. Now I'm going to open it back up for more questions.
Right. Thanks, James. We'll give it a minute. Any questions for James on the second counterflow example? Steve.
Yeah, Steve Keen, Southern California Edison. If you can go back to, I guess it's page 31. This one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I am a little bit troubled because I see there's 400 megawatts of power flowing from BAC to BAAB. But the price in BAAC that the generator is paid is $40. Price that load pays in BAAB is $10. So I'm having a hard time kind of trying to understand how generation is flowing from a high-priced area to a low-priced area.
So the I understand your concern, I understand your concern. As I said, this was just trying to illustrate what could have happened if you had counterflow. I did not, when I built this particular model, I did not build a network model. It was actually, we did the prevailing flow and someone had recommended we do a counterflow, and I did not change the prices. So what probably we would have had happen if I had had the opportunity and the time to do it, the pricing would have changed to be more what you expect of a lower price area going to serve, a lower price area to serve a higher price area. So I get your concern with the pricing.
Okay, thanks.
However, keep in mind that the exercise of the old contract through self-schedules does not necessarily have to be economic.
No, I understand. So that's why I didn't talk about that 100. I was talking about the 400 that seems to be flowing for the other point.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, James. Any other questions online or in the room? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So it looks like we have enough time to actually go through an additional example that we provided through an addendum. So if everybody's in agreement to go through another example, we'll walk through that and then we'll do our sort of final overall wrap up and Q&A. Okay. There's a question that's come in from Rohan.
Hey, Rohan from Pacific Corp. I think a question applies to both the prevailing flow and the counterflow examples, which is I'm looking to get some confirmation that in the transitional approach that was in the issue paper, am I correctly understanding that TBC OAT is calculated based on the marginal energy cost? However, in the revised proposal, TBC OAT is being calculated based on the marginal cost of congestion in either BA?
No, it's the TBC OAT is settled on the marginal energy costs under all circumstances. Under the prevailing and counter related to the transmission, the OAT contract is the generator, let's say in BAB, the generator was charged or settled at $10. And that is $20 marginal energy cost and a minus $10 of marginal cost of congestion. The TBC OAT is going to settle at $20, which is the marginal energy cost. So in BAB, that OAT transaction has a collection of congestion revenue from the generator of $1,000 as compared to an OAT transfer of $0. So that's why we are going to we're going to calculate what that hedge is, which is $1,000. We will give that to the entity so the entity can make the determination of providing it through their tier 1 allocation. But the transfer itself is still settling at the marginal energy cost.
Okay, got it. So for BAB, the congestion revenue of $1,000 in the revised proposal is being calculated as a net of TBC OAT and the generation OAT.
Yes. That's
okay,
the comparison.
Got it.
So as part of, so to help with that is when we do the balancing of contracts from a settlement perspective, I am balancing by contract by BAA. So that's why I need to take into consideration the transfer megawatts because I have to know that the generator is going to a specified location that's associated with that contract. In this case, it's the transfer. I now see a supply of 100 megawatts, and for that BA, it's a demand of 100 megawatts in the form of a transfer. And so now I have a balanced quantity of 100 megawatts. I will calculate what the congestion difference between those 2 points, and that is what goes back to that's what goes to the entity in order to provide a hedge for that O customer.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Rohan. So let's move to the addendum example. And this is a separate document, I believe, that's posted and available on the initiative webpage as well. And we have it projected here. So go ahead, James.
Well, this one I think you guys will like because the prices are more consistent. The energy dispatched is basically done by a solver we created offline, and so it was mainly directed to address additional requests that was put into the comments. The comments requested for a wheeling transaction, a transfer constraint that was binding, as well as an import or export schedule that is going to and from a non-EDAM BAA. So can we go to the next slide? So I'm going to level set this network model. Instead of doing 4, we did 3. So we have 3 BAAs. In each BAA, we have defined the nodal locations as well as the constraints that between the nodal locations. For BAB, I'm going to make the assumption that the import is priced at the nearest generation location. For the import, I have it going into BAB, so the closest generator was the generator B. I didn't set up a separate nodal model for the import, so I had to make a few assumptions. For BAC, I have an export that's going to a non-EDAM BA, so I price it as a demand. So it'll have the same pricing as a load within that balancing authority area. All the BAs pass the resource efficiency evaluation test. In this scenario, BAA, which is the blue BA, has a constraint that is binding, and it's binding from a physical congestion perspective. That's FA12. That's going to go, it's going between generator A1 and generator A2. It has impacts based on the distribution factors or contributions throughout the footprint. I do also have a BAB's transfer constraint is binding in the import direction. So at some point when we hit that binding constraint, generation within BAA, which is less or more expensive than generation outside, is going to have to be dispatched to meet that internal load because I can't get any more transfers in. There's transmission customers have submitted balanced self-schedules. In BAC, I have 125 megawatts of supply at GC2. That 100 megawatts of supply is associated with a CRN that is for an export at BAC of 25 megawatts, as well as a transfer between BAC and BAB of 100 megawatts. Within BAB, I also have a transmission customer who has submitted balanced self-schedules. It could be the same transmission customer, it could be different, but there is an association at the transfer location. It'll have a 100 megawatt import transfer from BAC that is going to go and serve 100 megawatts of load within BAB. but I also have 25 megawatts of OAT import self-schedule that is serving 25 megawatts of load in BAB. So under both circumstances, I have 125 megawatts of supply, meaning 125 megawatts of load. And so the overall transactions are balanced. Now, the export and import are not necessarily associated. I just put the numbers for convenience for me. So now, we turn the next page. We see that the model solved, and I'm going to go through this a little bit. Because the transfers were not binding between BAA and BAC, their marginal energy cost is the same, so it's $35 each. However, since BAB is limited in the transfer on the import direction, we had to dispatch more generation within that BAA. So its marginal energy cost was $48.19. So I have a $13.19 differential between BAB and the corresponding BAA and BACs, the marginal energy cost. Within BAA, I had that binding constraint at FA12. Its shadow price was $15.32. So now, based upon the effectiveness of these various generation and load on that constraint, you're going to have different marginal cost of congestion impacts across the footprint. Now, I didn't put what the actual pricing is. What I did put is what the dollar settlements were. So for generator A1, it was dispatched for 203 megawatts roughly. And so the LMP settlement for it was a payment of $6,094.15. Of that LMP settlement, there was a charge for $1,015.69. For generator A2, it was a payment of $5,874.47 with a charge of $734.31 in congestion associated with FA12. Load, there was no congestion. It was complete. There wasn't any effectiveness on this particular load, so the marginal cost of congestion price was zero. So it settled 300 megawatts at the marginal energy price, so it had to pay $10,500. Now I do have 50 megawatts going from BAA to BAB. That's at its limit. So I'm exporting out 50 megawatts to BAB, and so I do have to do a charge from a marginal energy perspective of $1,750. In BAB, actually I'm going to jump down to BAC because that's the other BA that's not binding. BAC, I have 180 megawatts dispatched from generator 1. It's, I do a sign convention issue there. So I apologize. I should have had a parentheses around generator C. So that should be a payment of $6,012.75 with congestion exposure of $287.23 in BAA. And that's a carryover. So that should be zero in BAB. My cells didn't work right. So I apologize. So for generator 2, I had an OAT transaction of 125 megawatts that was being self-scheduled to serve load in BAB. It got payment of $4,148.93 with a congestion exposure of $226.06. Generator C2 also had additional economic dispatch of 95 megawatts. It was paid $3,153.18. So so it has congestion exposure of $171.81. Load within that BAA was charged $9,989.33. It has a congestion exposure of $510.64. The export, which settled at the same pricing, had a 25 megawatt self-schedule OAT that is going to be charged $832.44 with a congestion exposure of $42.55. Now we're going to go to BAB. This is where all this energy is going. Because the transfer was binding, I had 150 megawatts of generation B that is serving its 300 megawatts of load, and it got paid $7,500. Of it, there's $271.28 of congestion. Generator B was not needed because the rest of that load was being served by OAT transactions or transfers. So my load OAT, which had 125 megawatts of self-scheduled load, was charged $6,237.70. That is a congestion exposure of $212.77. Load had an additional 175 megawatts of load served by 150 of it was generator B. The rest of it was coming from transfers from BAA. And so it was charged $8,731.38 with a congestion exposure of $297.87. There also is import settlement payment of $1,244.68 with a congestion exposure of $39.89. The transfers settled at the marginal energy cost of $48.19. So it's an import, so there's a payment on the transfer accounting of $2,409.57 coming from A to B. And then from C to B, it's $3,614.36. Now, I'm going to do the summary, in essence, of the congestion revenue. If we go to the next slide. So the 300 megawatts of BAA generation to serve 300 megawatts of load, and as well as there's 50 megawatts of so it generated generates $366.48 of net congestion revenue for that transaction. I have 150 megawatts of BAB generation scheduled to serve 125 megawatts of BA load, but there's also 25 megawatts of BAC load that was also served. Now that generates $101.06 of net congestion rent. And the reason is it's counterflowing on the 100 megawatts of, 25 megawatts is counterflowing against the 100 megawatts of OAT transfer from BAC to BAB. I have 25 megawatts of OAT import scheduled to serve 25 megawatts of BAB OAT load. That's generating $2.66 of net congestion revenue. And then I have 125 megawatts of OAT generation in BAC serving 100 megawatts of BAB load and 25 megawatts of BAC OAT export. That generates $353.73 of net congestion revenue. With what's left over then is 300 megawatts of BAC generation serve 300 megawatts of load and exports. That generates $9.05 of net congestion rent. So how do we distribute it? What is the net value? The net value, if we go to the next slide, is $612.76. Yeah, next slide. You got it. Under the current EDAM tariff proposal, this would have gone all back to the BA where the constraint is modeled. In this case, it would have been BAA. Under the transitional measure, I would have calculated each of the BA's imbalance for congestion and distributed for that BA because that's where the congestion materialized. So I would have had some congestion where it was congestion revenue, some BA where it was congestion rents. Under the revised proposal, we're just considering the OAT transactions. This is the 100 megawatts of generation in BAC that was scheduled to meet 100 megawatts of load in BAB, as well as the 25 megawatts of generation in BAC to meet the 25 megawatt export in BAC, as well as the 25 megawatt import in BAB to serve the additional OAT load in BAB. Under those settlement, BAB receives congestion revenue of $172.88. That is the congestion difference between the 125 megawatts of load in BAB, the 100 megawatts of transfer, and then the 25 megawatts of import in BAB. For BAC, there is congestion revenue of $183.51. That's the difference between the congestion for generator in BAC that is serving the export in BAC as well as the transfer out of BAC. The remaining congestion, which is $256.37, is distributed back to the BA where the constraint was modeled. That's BAA. Now, if we go to the next slide. This is basically the same comparison I did in my 4BA example. The only difference is it's based on this network model. Under the current EDAM design, as I said previously, the $612.76 is distributed all to BAA. Under the transitional alternative, which was part of the issue paper, I would have had that $612.76 distributed based upon where that congestion was materialized. So we would have had BAA would have gotten $281.38. BAB would have gotten $199.47. BAC would have gotten $131.91. Under revised, it's a little bit shifted. So I would have $256.37 in BAA. I would have $172.88 for BAB. Those are associated with the OAT transaction. I get $183.51 in BAC associated with OAT transaction. And that would be given to the entity to apply through its Tier 1 allocation. I went through it quickly, so if you have any questions. I have one more slide afterwards to deal with transfer revenue, but I'd rather talk about congestion first.
Okay, I think we have a couple questions online. Seth, let's go ahead and start with you.
Quick question. I just have a quick question. This is Seth with VTOL. I think I know the answer, but if you have a transmission right and you're counterflowing the constraint, so to speak, and so in other words, you probably would have been better off not having had scheduled your transmission right. Do you then owe money into the congestion allocation?
So if you were counterflowing and you're assuming you were charged for congestion or for that generation, or you were paid?
In this case, you would be, according to the LMPs, your source would be higher than your sink. So
yeah, so I would expect you to get paid. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Yeah, so under this design, that generator, because it's scheduling its OAT, it is saying that it doesn't want to settle at the full LMP. It wants to, in essence, settle at the marginal energy cost. So the balance portion between that generator and the subsequent demand, whether it's load or export, that portion would be reversed for that transaction. If it's a transfer, then it's going to be a full reversal. So if you were, let's say the marginal energy cost was $20, you were a generator that was, it was additional $20 was what your payment was. By exercising your rights and saying you want to transfer that to serve load in another balancing authority area, you're saying you want to settle at the marginal energy price of $20. So the congestion would go back to the BAA of $20. And they would apply that to appropriately to get you back to your marginal energy cost.
Mm-hmm. So you would basically be charged the congestion.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dan, you're next.
Hey, Dan from TEA. So first, James, heavy lifting in an afternoon to go through all these numbers. And I apologize for maybe trying to make you think on the fly a little bit here, but if we were to take the offset distribution in the last row there and look at BAAB, got $173 there, and we go up to the diagram slide, 2 or 3 slides before that, and we look at the relationship happening within BAAB. What I'm trying to tease apart a little bit is the next thought of, okay, well, what happens when we run this through the 2-tier allocation, and how difficult would it be to expand any of these scenarios to maybe just try and split up generation ownership and load associated with native load from load associated with that export, and kind of see who's getting what for that, what's that, $20-ish that are kind of missing from the constraint impact from A, that in the new model end up staying with BAA.
Okay. So one of the things that is, and we'd have to, I possibly could do that, but what I would need to do is get some more, we'd have to talk offline, get more details, because one of the things about exercising these contract rights is, same with ETCs and TORs, is you identify the financial scheduling coordinator. This is the scheduling coordinator that receives the congestion hedge. For the TCs, ETCs, and TORs, if you have 2 SCs that are scheduling it, one is going to get that hedge. So if I have a price differential of $2, and I'm going to determine which of those scheduling coordinators on that contract should receive that $2 hedge, it's going to be a similar type of concept. I'm expecting from an OAT perspective, or the EDMBA's allocation on tier 1, as to if I've got $2 between this import and or this generator and load, you will have told or identify which of the customers should get that congestion hedge, or what the distribution of that congestion has. So that would require some more discussion.
Yeah, I think that's an area where continuing to work through this with the BAs in the room as well is helpful. And I know you could look at that and say, well, that's I guess track 7 type work to work through in some workshops on implementation, but it really does inform the policy discussion here, because a standard network native load customer is used to having a stack of designated network resources, and in general is just having those resources dispatched to serve demand, and their network transmission rights within a defined area are just sort of sending that generation out to serve all the loads within it. When we move into this scenario, though, it becomes not just a choice of what are my least cost resources moving up my DNR stack from an energy cost, it then brings in where are they located, where are the constraints, and how's the congestion impacting that. And I am, I guess, hungry for more information on what the expectations are around self-scheduling, designated network resources, how loads would be treated, whether there are reasons or incentives to think about doing as you do in the ISO and breaking up into some sub-lap and custom laps for different load aggregations. It just feels like there's a whole lot more detail that obviously I'm not asking you to build into this is complicated enough, but to think through how it actually gets down to impacting the customers that are, end of the day, they're either paying the transmission revenue requirement of the EDAM BA TSP through buying long-term firm transmission, or they're paying it in their monthly or yearly based network transmission charges. And I think until you get down to that level of connection, it's really hard to say that something is providing a fair hedge ultimately to the entities that are funding the transmission system. And it just ties back to the discussion that Steve and Avram and George and you and others had kind of throughout the day of the difference between kind of the CRR model and how things are set up now for EDAM, based more around use than around investment in the system. And the fun thing for me with TEA is that we both hold firm point-to-point transmission rights. We work with entities who hold firm point-to-point, and we work with entities who are NT customers. So we're just looking to better understand the fairness across all the different types of affected entities.
Okay, I appreciate that, and then as we can have more discussions on it, but one thing I want you to see in here is, I was trying to demonstrate in BA-B, is if that load has, I think you said it can come from a series of supply that could be in your BA or outside your BA. The nuances of using a contract reference number is we can associate multiple generations to that load. And when you come into the market, you can designate which of those resources are actually serving your load, and therefore will balance across all of those generations to serve that load. So if I had 300 megawatts of load to be served and I want it to come from generator B1, generator GC, and generator GC2, 1 and 2, I can designate this is the amount of CRN that's coming from them, and then I'll self-schedule how much I need from them. So you can't have many-to-one associations between the load and the supply that's serving it.
Yeah, and I guess we need to link over then to sort of how the EDAM BAs are looking at that within their own tariff/business practices, and the ability for an entity to say, I'm a network customer of PacifiCorp. I have generators here, here, and here, and I have loads in different areas. Am I getting contract reference numbers related to my network rights that allow me to associate gen with specific loads, or is my load just considered one weighted point within the larger BA? My generators are all on the same contract reference number, and I'm just sort of getting the average of all activity within the BA.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Dan. Doug, did you have a comment or question? Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, this is Doug Boccignone for BAMX. I just wanted to respond to what Dan just said. I think this mechanism the ISO is proposing will give the host BAAs the information they need and the revenues they need to keep both the point-to-point and the network customers whole, as long as the schedules are made using the contract reference number. So I think it seems like this framework will set up so that the money is there to fund and provide the benefits of those network and point-to-point rights, and it's up to the host BAAs to make sure they set up a mechanism so your contract reference numbers model the sources and the sinks appropriately, and as long as the customers use them, it should work. As long as the source and sink nodes are settling at the same points and the same prices as what's flowing through, it'll be okay.
That's right. This is Milos with the ISO. Thanks, Doug. I was going to jump in and note something similar. That's right. This design will allocate those proper amount of revenues back to that entity to be able to sub-allocate it to those NITs and point-to-point customers that are exercising those rights associated with the CRNs. I think Dan's point is well taken. I think we can support the entities in their discussions on how they're setting up these CRNs and the different transmission rights, but that's, I think, a little bit separate from and independent from this design, which is really intended to allocate sufficient revenues to those entities to be able then to provide that more direct hedge. I just don't want to leave the impression here that we have to resolve all of those different allocations, in order for this design to move forward. This design really just intends to get the right amount of money back to the entities to be able to sub-allocate, and I think we'll continue to support PacifiCorp and others in those discussions as they get to it, to support the ultimate CRN establishment, which will come down, and then the exercise of those CRNs to be able to provide that allocation back to the entity. But your point is well taken, Doug. Sufficient enough revenues under this proposal will flow back to the entity to be able to provide that hedge for parties exercising those owed rights.
All right. Thanks, Doug. So I think on that one example, we will make a couple of corrections that I think James highlighted on that graph, and we'll repost that so that the corrected document is available to you. All right, any other questions on this final example? Or I can just open it up for questions now for any outstanding questions, comments, feedback on the overall proposal before we wrap up. You have something else?
Yeah, I had one more slide at the end.
Oh, sorry, I missed a slide. One more slide.
Transfer revenue.
Jumping in. Okay, thank you, James.
Yeah, I didn't want to cloud the congestion revenue discussion with transfer revenue discussion. So, as I said previously, BAB's net transfer constraint was binding in the import direction. What it meant was that BAB had to dispatch a higher price resources within its balancing authority area because it couldn't get the cheaper resource from external. And so what ends up happening is for the transfers between BAA and BAB and the transfer between BAC to BAB, that's 50 megawatts and 75 megawatts respectively, it's going to generate transfer revenue. And what the transfer revenue is going to be based upon the marginal energy cost differences between BAB and the subsequent other BAs, BAA and BAC. So in this table to the left, I'm calculating what the LMP settlement is in this case and determining what the transfer revenue is for each of these transfers. You got transfer from A to B. I had a charge for the export of $1,750. I have a payment for the import of $2,409.57. That means we have a transfer revenue settlement of $659.57. All of the other transfers were not being utilized. We weren't utilizing that direction. And then, so when we have the transfer from C to B, it's a net transfer that I applied this to. And so I have BAB has a import transfer of 75 megawatts. So it's $3,614.36 payment. BAC is a charge of $2,624.99. That's a transfer revenue of $989.37. This is the amount of money difference between the two BAs for that energy transferring between the two BAs. So how is it distributed? It is distributed to those BAAs. In this case, is the default mechanism, which is 50-50. So the $659.57 is split evenly between BAA and BAB to be $329.79 each. For the transfer revenue for TCB, it is the $989.37 were split evenly. And then so BAB and BAC get $494.68 each as well. Now this is the transfer revenue. This is a payment to those BAAs, and it's for those BAs to distribute as they see appropriately. So what is the net? So for BAA, their net transfer revenue is $329.79. For BAB, because it had transfers coming from two other BAAs, they get $824.47, whereas BAC gets $484.68. The total transfer revenue is $1,648.95. Do we have any questions? And I just want to add, the reason why I wanted to talk about this separately is we've got a separation from the congestion revenue and the transfer revenue. And so I wanted to make sure there wasn't an association being built about them. So they are handled separately.
What is important to show here and note is that for all contracts or any kind of transmission contract that the source and the sink are in different BAAs, and there's a price separation between these BAAs because of transfer scheduling limits, the financial heads for the contract is for the two legs from the supply to the transfer point and from the transfer point to the demand, but it does not include the transfer revenue that is collected for the difference in the prices between the two BAAs, unless the SC has some agreement to receive this transfer revenue or their share of the transfer revenue directly from their EDM entity, because the ISO distributes the transfer revenue to the entity and not to any specific transmission service provider or the financial scheduling coordinator that represents those contracts. So keep that in mind.
And I believe the EDM entity's OAT is addressing how that transfer revenue associated with transmission customers have exercised their rights versus all other transfer revenue is being distributed. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I know that it is in their OAT.
All right, questions, Steve?
Yeah, I want to follow up on that exactly. If we assume that the two BAAs are not the CAISO, so it's that somebody has an OAT from the generator to the transfer point, and then the transfer point to the load in the other one. they should get basically those should be able to be put together as a full hedge, correct? Because you would, basically they could schedule, they don't care about what the prices at the transfer points are. They schedule their load from the generator to the transfer point and then take that same amount of generation at the transfer point and schedule it to load. I can't do the math fast enough. Did you look to see whether with the transfer revenue as it's done, there would be sufficient in each of those areas to provide them with, for the EDAM entities to provide that customer with the full hedge?
Yeah, so from a transfer revenue perspective, the way to look at it is the marginal energy cost of the load that was being served and the generation or supply that is what has to be a hedge for. Now, we've broken it up into two. One is what represents the energy difference is being calculated at the transfer. So it is already included in the collection and settlement of the generation and load. We're just using the transfer location to determine what that value is. And so there should be enough congestion or revenue from an energy settlement to allow for this payment to go out. Because when I look at from a footprint perspective, I will be neutral from energy.
So there's still sufficient revenue collected to pay the entire hedge. It's the specific mechanism that has two parts. The ISO part pays the financial scheduling coordinator for the contract directly for the two legs up to the transfer and from the transfer location. And then the transfer revenue is given to the entities, and the entities can pay the transmission customer for that piece of the hedge. So if you add all the three pieces together, you have a full hedge.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, Dan, online.
Yeah, just super quickly at the end of the day here. One clarification just on the last line of question that we had that Doug commented on. There definitely was $20 in, however you want to term it, underfunding within BAAB. And so the apportionment between different types of customers, generation owners, load, exports, imports, et cetera, definitely does matter. And I'm frankly am surprised that it has not been a larger point of discussion for then what that means inside the BAs. But even if NT customers self-schedule, they still are not getting proportional value relative to what they're paying for the transmission system. But I did want to say thank you also for these transfer revenue distribution examples, though it still remains clear how entities that today hold a long-term firm point-to-point, or especially a network right, where the impact of those rights as being internal transmission versus being transfer transmission, sort of where one stops and the other starts. It feels like we're talking about it like you're going from one room to the next and the transfer is the hallway in between. But I think the rights generally are for somewhere close to the couch, halfway to the kitchen, and it isn't as clean as what it feels like we're talking about it. Or maybe we just need more clarity when actually looking at a transmission system and using some example rights with example POR, POD impacts.
No, thanks, Dan, for that. Yeah, I mean, I think we can consider that, but that's I think we're trying to illustrate this more broadly. I understand that once we get to this phase of modeling the different transmission rights, I think there'll be discussions between the transmission rights holders and the EDAM entity of translating and registering those rights. I think that's the right place. But yeah, I mean, there may be some nuances on different types of transmission rights that parties hold and what are those POR, POD locations. But I think we're trying to illustrate here just the concept of, your transmission rights, when you're exercising them from defined, modeled source sink locations, that the design is intended to provide sufficient congestion revenues back to the entity to hold that, to provide that hedge based on how those rights are modeled and registered in the market. So I do recognize there may be some nuances on registering rights, but I think we can work through that in the discussions that are coming in the different tracks for registration. But
I get that, and I'll let you wrap up, but we don't, if the examples don't represent any sort of reality of the way that the energy market schedules or rights are held or anything, they aren't as useful as examples. Sometimes, like, you actually have to go into the weeds to see if something is going to work. But I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, Steve? Oh, you're good. Okay. So let me check with the team here. Any other final comments or slides before I jump the gun again? No? We're all good? Okay. John?
Yeah, one quick comment. James, you said on some of your examples you have some math or some things to change.
Yeah.
You'll update those?
Yep,
and
we'll
sum up?
update
Perfect.
that
Thanks.
and we'll repost those corrected slides for you. All right, so I think we can move to final Q&A. Any other comments, feedback, questions about the overall proposal, where we stand right now? I know it's a lot to absorb. We've had a lot of really good discussion today, really good questions, so appreciate the interest and engagement by everybody. We've had a pretty steady 160 people connected and participating, so really appreciate that. So if there aren't any final questions, I'll just do a quick review of our next steps. So upcoming for the next Market Surveillance Committee, James is going to be presenting to the MSC on May 2nd. So there'll be another opportunity to review the material and certainly ask questions there as well. We are opening up the comment period. So any comments that you have on this draft final proposal, or any comments or questions that you might have, from this discussion today, we're opening up the comment period. That will be open until May 5th. We will then work on the final proposal and target publication of final proposal on May 12th, and then plan to go to the board for the May 2022 session for approval. All right. Any other questions?
And maybe Joanne, I can jump in as well to note that, as we've noted in the evolution and the transitional slides, that, there's an intent to come back even after, this expedited initiative has gone to the board, but it's to come back prior to EDAM go live, and I'm envisioning aftermarket simulation to the extent that we can learn something from that. I think that can inform the working groups, and then come back together and continue these discussions. I think there we can continue to evaluate near-term enhancements to the extent that there are any that we can implement in year one, but also consider long-term enhancements that we can evaluate within that discussion, including some of the enhancements that we've enumerated today in the slides. Just want to reinforce our commitment to continue to consider near-term enhancements as the EDAM goes live and prior to that 3-year period.
Thanks, Milos. Yeah, I just want to, in closing, just emphasize again, thanks for all the participation by stakeholders. I know it's a lot of work to post comments, but we appreciate all the feedback that we've received, and we look forward to your further comments as we continue to evolve this particular initiative. And then lastly, as I did mention earlier, we are really trying to be very thoughtful and conscientious in terms of our prioritization of items so that you have time to absorb and participate fully in all of the initiatives that we have ongoing. And so Christina has put up here, there is the survey that is open. It's available on the Annual Policy Initiatives Roadmap process page. So I encourage you to submit your feedback on that survey so that we can continue to prioritize and sequence things in a more manageable manner. So with that, we look forward to the next steps on this proposal. And thanks very much for your participation, and I'll let Christina close things out.
Thanks, Joanne. I just have a quick announcement slide here before we wrap up. For insights into the ISO grid and market operations, be on the lookout for our Energy Matters blog or subscribe. And with that, we'd like to thank you so much for joining today's meeting. As a reminder, this meeting was recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. The video file will be posted on the initiative webpage along with all the meeting materials. Thank you, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.